to start. Ladies and gentlemen, how wonderful to have all of you here with us today for India Sustainability Mission 2.0. We will be starting in a short while, so I'd request you all to please take your seats, either at the front or at the back of the hall, but please do take your seats because we will be starting the show in just a short while. We're waiting for one or two of our guests to arrive. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to all of you to India's Sustainability Mission 2.0. As you all know, we often talk about sustainability as if it's a tomorrow problem, a goal far off into the future, something perhaps for the year 2030 or 2070. But between the morning headlines and what we're seeing right now outside our windows, it is clear that the future isn't just on the way any longer. It has actually already arrived. And so we're gathered here for the India Sustainability Mission, a national dialogue on climate, growth, and responsibility. And that last word, responsibility, is the core of today's event. India is in a unique position. We're building homes for millions, laying thousands of kilometers of roads, and powering up a digital revolution, all while the world watches to see if we can do it without breaking the planet. Today isn't just about high-level policy, it's about the how. How do we keep the lights on in 300 million homes while switching to renewables? How do we find $2.5 trillion in a world of tightening budgets? And most importantly, how do we make green living an aspiration for every Indian and not just a luxury for a few? Before we begin, we would like to thank those who have made this event possible today. India's Sustainability Mission 2.0 is powered by Lloyds Metals, Energy Transition Partner Borosil Renewables, Associate Partner Charge Zone, and Madhur Sugar. We have an incredible lineup today, architects of change, industry titans, and the Union Minister himself. So let's get the mission started, perhaps first with a round of applause for all of us. All right, thank you for being here. Now, our first session today sets the tone for the conversations that will follow. We often hear about the energy trilemma, the delicate balancing act of making power affordable, keeping it reliable, and ensuring it is clean, all at the same time. But moving from a trilemma to a solution requires more than just targets. It requires a massive shift in how we think about our grid and our growth. So to unpack whether India is ready for this leap by 2030, we have brought together 4 of the sharpest minds in the energy landscape. I would like to invite on stage Vibha Dhawan, Director General TERI, Ajay Mathur, Professor of Practice, School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi, and former DG, International Solar Alliance, Aarti Khosla, Founder Director, Climate Trends, and Ravindra Mohan, Director, Charge Zone. And I am delighted to hand over the stage to our moderator for this conversation, Gargi Rawat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to what I think is going to be one of the most important conversations of this conclave. We're living in a moment of profound contradiction. India is the world's 3rd largest emitter of greenhouse gases, also one of the most ambitious clean energy nations. We've pledged 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. We have committed to net zero by 2070, and yet coal still powers over half of our electricity today. The question this panel will be wrestling with is deceptively simple. Can India deliver energy that is affordable, reliable, and clean all at the same time? And crucially, what will it actually take to get there by 2030? I'm delighted to welcome 4 voices on the panel today who are at the very center of this challenge. Vibha Dhawan, Director General of TERI, the institution that has been India's conscience on energy and environment for 5 decades, and an institution that NDTV has had a very, very long association with. Ajay Mathur, Professor of Practice at IIT School of Public Policy and former Director General of International Solar Alliance, a man who has negotiated India's energy future in rooms from Paris to Glasgow. And what a change, sir, since Paris to what we, how the world has changed to Glasgow. I think that's been quite profound. Aarti Khosla, Founder, Director, Climate Trends, one of the sharpest minds on climate communications and international climate diplomacy. And Ravindra Mohan, Director at Charge Zone, the company that is building the nervous system of India's electric vehicle revolution, one charging station at a time. And that is a big challenge, really, to have more people using renewable energy, especially when it comes to our cars and transport. But Vibha Dhawan, ma'am, I'd like to start with you, first to talk about the challenges ahead. When we talk about how we have crossed 200 gigawatts of renewable energy, but we need to really triple this pace if we're going to reach 500 gigawatts by 2030. So what is holding us back? What do you view as the challenges? What are the bottlenecks?
See, really speaking, when you introduced the topic and you were talking about that we are still using coal, the unfortunate situation today is because of the war, we are compelled to use more and more of coal, even for cooking purposes, generating energy, and so on. Now, one good thing which the country has done under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister is that we have invested adequately for renewable energy, be it solar, be it wind, hydro, and so on. And really speaking, we've met the target of 2025 much ahead of 500 gigawatts. And what we are also expecting is that we will be able to meet all our targets. We are going to double, triple the capacity that exists today. Now, there are 2-3 things. Like for any technology, there are phases. Like first is proof of concept. Can we do it? And that's where the cost of solar energy was very high. And it was more of that, it was more for sustainability that people were moving to solar. Then after proof of concept was the phase that we started investing more in it. And today the cost of solar is far less than the conventional energy. Now, you're absolutely right in asking that what is holding us? It's the capex. It's also somewhere what we have to do is there are lots of government schemes. We talk of PM Kusum, Muft Bijli. Now, all these schemes, there is also a limiting factor. Like when we talk of solar rooftop, somewhere as a citizen, you start asking how much of rooftop is actually available. We started with solar parks. And then again, the question was, how much land do we have? Can we really convert even agricultural lands to solar and so on? And again, the answer to that is no. And that's how the entire ecosystem keeps on evolving. We are talking about solar at the village level for a renewable to develop our rural India as well. So it can be, it's a mix of. So if you give, like agriculture is a sensitive subject and therefore you give free electricity to farmers or subsidized electricity for pumping water. But with solar pumps and giving them solar is that you're giving them opportunity to choose which crop to grow. It is not that paddy which sells at a higher price. Can I earn the same amount of money by selling electricity? And then can the excess electricity be also used to process food or other activities that can be taken at village level? So I'll stop here for the time being and I'll come back again. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Ajay Mathur, if you could add on to that. And yes, of course, the challenge that West Asia has now brought in terms of, as you're saying, shifting away and to renewables. Right now, we are facing a bit of a, concerns, let's put it, over energies. But this transition from coal, that is the big challenge that India is going to be facing going forward when we, try to convert more to renewables and how to retire old, the old coal plants versus and at the same time, have our security and ensure that we have, a supply of energy for our needs?
I think I'll follow up on what Vibha is saying, in as much as tenders in the last 2 years for round-the-clock renewable electricity, solar plus wind plus batteries, are at prices which are lower than that of new coal, which has been made at the same time. The question then is very clear, why don't we get all of this in the future? Why should anybody even think of a coal power station? And the answer is a little challenging because obviously, as she said, land and capex and lines, transmission lines are a problem. But the other problem also is batteries. Because what we see is that if you look at the developed countries, they are in a situation where they meet all their electricity demand. They have capacity. They are able to use solar during the day and use their existing capacity at night. We don't have that option because the energy demand in India is growing. So 2 years from now, a distribution company will come and tell me, I will make new solar, but for night, do you want me to make new coal? If I make new coal, then this will meet my needs throughout the day. Thankfully, that stage is no longer there. We have seen an 80% decline in battery prices to the point where not just solar and battery, but solar and wind and battery are cheaper. So we need a further decline in prices of batteries so that solar and batteries are cheaper or wind and batteries are cheaper. That's number one. The second is we need to move the emphasis on policies that would make more land available, make more lines available, and make more capital expenditure available.
All right, and so Aarti Khosla, next to you, there's been so much talk of green hydrogen. We've been, talking about it for several years now about how it's going to be this big game changer. But cost competitiveness remains a big challenge when it comes to green hydrogen. How do you view this challenge, and how do you see us going forward and dependence on green hydrogen?
I'll take on from what was said in the context of the war
Sure.
itself and the way it's going to bring changes. I don't think any country, including India, is able to see. And that will just force us to do transition, which was supposed to happen in a matter of decades, actually in a matter of a few years. And
We
for
have
a country,
no choice. That we'll have no choice. We'll have to do it.
Exactly. And for a country like India, which committed itself not just to net zero goals, which are as far away as 2070, but as well to Viksit Bharat, which is mid-century, and to be able to do the growth and the GDP that it envisages, I think there is no choice but to focus on what green industrialization will look like. And that's the place where missions like green hydrogen have had a role to play. And it was announced a couple of years ago. There has been much that has been done to bring the price of electrolyzers down. That's where the progress will hinge. But I suppose even recently, amidst the war, you see India's chief economic advisor talking about industries to turn their processes green and industries to electrify and industries to look at options like green hydrogen. And I think the writing is quite clear on the wall. There will be transition that will be needed not only from coal, but also from oil and gas. And if that type of transition is needed, then options like hydrogen are not just going to be on the periphery. They will come into the mainstream because there will be a whole lot of industry which will have to shift to processes which will rely on green hydrogen to be able to turn themselves into processes which are worthwhile, even economically speaking. Just even before the war, there was discussions that were quite heated on what will happen if carbon border adjustment tax comes and India will have to pay excessive amount of tax for goods that go which are carbon intensive from India into Europe. And then there is a discussion around there on intensive sectors like steel as well as cement, mostly steel because that's exported out from India into Europe. And if you can turn those processes from blast furnace into electric arc furnaces, you use hydrogen as feedstock, that's the point at which it gets quite technical. But I think that's also the point at which transformation really will have to happen, because a lot of the narrative is quite fractured at the moment. However, the current crisis will be, it's quite clear that it will have a long tail. And if it will have a long tail, then you need solutions.
Clearly, all the analysts and policy makers are having these discussions and this realization. But in your conversations, have you seen in the government and departments this sort of realization and the need that we'll have to, the urgency, have you seen it there? Or is it too soon right now?
The Philippines today declared a national emergency.
Yes, they
Bangladesh is asking people to stay at home, not go to universities and offices. Those are very different countries and absolutely different contexts. But I think it's quite clear that just because of the strait, the impact on other parts of Asia of this situation of conflict is quite enhanced and ferocious. And India is quite affected for sure.
Right. I was asking more about whether the government, the urgency to convert our energy needs to renewables. But I'll come back to you. Let's get an an industry perspective now and get Mr. Mohan also into the conversation. And sir, India's grid is still significantly thermal power, as we have just discussed. And when an EV charges at a public station, how green is that transaction really? And does the industry have a responsibility to close that gap?
Yeah, to answer your first question, to the knowledge that we have, today the Pan-India DISCOM declared that 30% is green. Not because they have done anything, or large because of the Honorable Prime Minister Surya Yojana, where every rooftop is a generator. See, there are always one generator, one distributor, and one consumer. So every rooftop is a generator. Having said that, yes, as a responsible CPOs and being an industry which is sunrise industry, we are, as Charzone, investing both in solar. In fact, we have initiated one e-Dhara, where we want to charge commercial vehicles using solar. It was likely but come up in Dahej, but due to Gujarat government policies, etc., we had to hold back. Now policy is there, probably we will do that. Yes, you're right, we are looking at it, but our first concern is to make charging reliable. Reliability is first. Because you hold, this is the energy which powers your vehicle. You're on a highway, and then you suddenly, no petrol pumps, you see your state of charge has come down to 20-30%, you run another 20 kilometers and charging station is 50 kilometers. And then when you reach there, you find that power is not there, which is quite often on highways. So that is the first initiative, is use battery energy system. And we plan to commoditize it in such a way that the lower power of cost of batteries and use second life batteries. In fact, today Charzone is working with Tata's, and probably next month you can visit it somewhere in Dahej, where with the EV batteries we are going to, once this becomes stable, then we'll give circularity of the batteries as well as give a flip to the energy storage. Because when you retire from vehicle, it is at 80% state of charge, and up to 60% you can use it because space is not such a constraint as is in automobile. Yes, we are working towards the green, and surely we like to see a day where we can promise you and sign off the energy given to a vehicle is all green.
Well, certainly hoping that day comes fast. But Ms. Vibha Dhawan, again, renewables are growing very fast. But talking about this storage issue, how do we overcome that? That, with renewables, with solar energy, how do we overcome the fact that we need to store that energy as well so it's constantly available? Because the reliability is also one big factor.
Yeah, in fact, especially when we talk of solar, it can only be produced under few certain hours. And therefore, storage plays a very important role. And a lot of research is going on storage batteries, the minerals that are used for preparing those batteries and so on. And as Dr. Mathur mentioned, the cost of batteries had already come down by 80% or so. Now, what is also important is what we are perhaps missing on, or the new technologies that are coming up, such as building integrated photovoltaics. So the entire facade of the building, the tiles that you use, they are of solar panels. They are beautiful panels. Right now, cost is what is prohibiting. You are not really popularizing it. But as the cost will come down, at least during the daytime, and also let's look at artificial intelligence. So while we are at work, most of the work, like whether it's washing of clothes, drying of clothes, all that is done during the peak hour production of renewable energy. And then storage, and transmission, because today the major cost is on storage and transmission. So if you have small hubs of generating energy, then you are also consuming it there itself. And that is how you will bring down the cost, the ultimate cost to which it is available to the customer. Let's also look at, because if we look at our country, we are growing very well. We are developing, and the trilemma that you are talking about, that we are saying that we have to develop, and will that be green energy? What is going to inhibit, if at all, our progress? Let's also realize what has happened in the past. We are an energy-starved country. And with the result, it is that every drop of oil, more or less, it is to be imported. And we, therefore, are not competitive in international market. Let's also look at the rural India. It's very nice that today we are talking about that every village is electrified. But till few years back, that wasn't the case. And with the result, what is happening is that our metros, they are swelling beyond its capacity. The carrying capacity of Delhi is not the number of inhabitants we have. And if we look at the rural India, especially I'll say away 150 kilometers away from metros, now those are the places where farmers are moving out. We talk about average income of farmer. It's repeatedly said we have to double farmers' income. But we are not able to achieve that. The farmer's income is much lower than average Indian. It was half at the time of independence. Today, it's perhaps 1/5 of average Indian. With the result, they are moving away from agriculture, and they are actually coming to cities. They are forced to live in slum-like situation, and their families, their wives, their children, they are back home, and therefore the entire social fabric is getting impacted. The moment you are able to produce renewable energy, maybe in a decentralized way, at the village level, the rural India is going to shine. And in fact, I'd like to share with you one of the programs that Terry has launched. In 2008, we have launched a program called LABL. It was Light a Billion Lives.
Right, and NDTV was a partner in
Exactly.
that campaign as well, yes.
So, but then,
providing solar energy
and we
to
didn't
villages.
stop at just giving solar lantern. We actually gave then solar panels to small and medium enterprises. Because when you talk of decarbonization in a country where almost 60-65% of the production is from SMEs, unless and until you clean those, you can never achieve net zero target. So then that was the second phase, and we realized that if you take solar to the next level, and it is solar for or renewable for generating livelihoods, that is what LABL2 is. So it is skilling at the village level, it is giving them energy at the village level, and it's also cold storage facilities and many other things, which will also, like when we talk of food, we talk of 35% of the food getting wasted. So if we have almost 35% more food in the kitty, I think we are also solving a bigger problem of malnutrition.
All right.
Yeah, so therefore it's the entire thing which will get sorted out with renewable energy. And as I said, the costs are coming down, and it is decentralized energy production which will solve many problems.
Right, but we also need a lot of financing for pushing India into this renewable energy economy. And Ms. Khosla, I'd like to come to you. We need around $400 billion, it's said, to actually achieve targets for clean energy by 2030. So where will all this come from? How do we unlock this financing?
I think the world is at a place where there will be no blank checks that will be signed, that's for sure. But we will have to keep looking for where there are blended finance options, where can you increase the share of international finance into India? But if my understanding is right, a lot of financing of renewable projects is also domestic. So just make sure that there is greater belief in where financing must go. Where do you have to bring the backbones that you need to build for the next decade or so? Is that in grid modernization? Is that in transmission? And just kind of ensuring that that's where money can actually go. Even decentralized solutions to the point that on an everyday basis, just PM Suryaghar and PM Kusum is just literally shaving off 10,000 megawatts of power that would have otherwise gone from the grid and is now going through decentralized is huge testimony to the fact that there is investment opportunity here and that should be ramped up. So I think the questions in a fractured world are always very difficult on where funding is going to come from. There is a very big debate which essentially is about getting more public finance to the developing countries. There is a diplomacy angle there on whether the developing countries should be able to receive money from the developed or not. My feeling is that as the crisis gets more ferocious, those type of discussions get even more difficult to come to any fruition. So if you have to really look in-house and you have to make sure that we both meet sustainability goals as well as development goals, then it is not sufficient or adequate at the moment for a country like India to be able to rely on public finance. And I will explain a little bit as well on the last 2 or 3 years. Glasgow was a very important COP. Big numbers got said in terms of net zero targets and 2070 and mid-century goals. But after that, when the question is about delivery and accountability of those targets, it's very difficult to find progress, and multilateralism try to come to a point where you commit to where those financings would come from. There are numbers that are given of 1.3 trillion that the world needs. Then it comes down to 300 billion that should come from a mix of public finance as well as other sources, but primary responsibility of the developed countries. But we are at a point where there is no definition of what climate finance is. There is no clarity of where that money is going to come from, as well as there is no tracking mechanism which puts accountability on which countries will put in money. So in a system where we are literally coming back to the drawing board, I think with the goals that India has set itself for and how much it has progressed on renewables, which is pretty massive, the domestic sources of funding as well as private sources of funding are the ones to look at.
All right. Dr. Mathur, as somebody who's actually, been at the negotiating table and the discussions that have taken place in Paris and Glasgow, of course, right now we're also in a world where the US that used to spearhead a lot of this is no longer really, doing that anymore. But I'd like you to add to what has already been said about our challenges going forward. Where is this financing going to come from? How are we going to, get across obstacles like the storage of renewable energies? And since solar energy is something that you've, been involved with also, if you can talk more about the PM Suryaghar Mufti bill as well and how that will maybe achieve a lot of our targets, help achieve.
In short, I think we stand at a crossroads as far as policies are concerned. Now, the good thing about renewables is that policies have been periodically renewed. Right now, what we need is to ensure that the money would be there for large-scale investment. 84% of the money that is put into renewables in India is Indian money. Only 16% is global money. The issue is, how do we de-risk it? Will this 16% remain at 16%? Good. But would it remain at the same absolute number? In which case, it's not so good. They form the basis, the nucleus of funding. That is important. I think we need to ensure that this is de-risked. That's number one. Second, as far as batteries are concerned, we need time of day tariffs. Because why will you invest in batteries? You will invest in batteries only if you are able to get a higher return on the electricity that is produced by the battery. Else you won't. Which means that if I produce electricity at night, I have a solar rooftop in the day, I produce electricity during the day and store it in a battery. And I give that electricity to the grid at night. I need a higher tariff for it. That's the second. And the third thing is that as far as the Kusum program is concerned, I think that's going extremely well. The current iteration and the kinds of changes that are happening will make sure that at least as far as the community solar is concerned, solar at the rural grid and then passed on will work. Rooftop solar is a different program. Because what we have seen is that in rooftop solar, we have got only 65 lakh registrations, not a crore. This creates a problem because from the current 26, you can go to 50, you can go to 55. But how will we reach the crore? I think we need to have a good look at this, enable the less than 1 kilowatt users to also get the subsidy that they need in order to go for Surya Ghar. That's the only way that we can reach the target which will make a difference.
All right, and well, coming back to the industry perspective, Mr. Mohan, India energy stack envisions a future where individuals produce, store, and trade in the energy. So does that decentralized energy economy complement the EV charging business model, or does it fundamentally disrupt it?
Yes, it is, we hope, integrated energy systems where the IS stack we are talking of, along with P2P platforms, which is being implemented by Tata Power, BSCS, and Western UP. It is just February it is launched. If it succeeds, it is actually going to decentralize. And as Sir mentioned, we have incentive to put rooftop to what we consume. Because when you consume, you get 8 rupees or 9 rupees rebate, and more than that, 2 rupees, 230, 250, depending on the states. So that doesn't make economically viable. If I have rooftop available also, I don't do it. But the time this P2P platform succeed, and this will be real decentralization. Let me tell you, I know something about this. I was in, when DST rolled it out, we started as, like UPI, we started at UI, and a unified electricity interface. And we discussed, we made something, went to government, then we went to Nandan Nilkarni. And then from there, I remember 1 year back, 1.5 years back, the idea of, we set up a North Star as the owner of rooftop, can I sell energy? Because what PPAs are actually contracts. And this IES, what it does, integrated energy system, makes every transaction a digital contract. That means you have told you sell this, and you are going to buy it, you don't do it, there is a penalty, there is an incentive. So what it makes, like what UPI did too, it brought out digital payments out of the credit cards, which was a green gate. That means you should have certain civil score, then you are given green card and you should spend this much fees. UPI, you know what is happening is, I personally hope if it succeeds, probably it will bring in finance which we cannot think of. Like it enabled, we could never imagine a sabji wala can get a loan from bank. But the digital trail of his transaction which happens on UPI enabled bank to give him loan. Similarly, if this succeeds, then probably this is where, and as I told you, we are as he told of batteries. We, as Indian, we are very frugal. And आपने कहीं सुना होगा ना, बोलते हैं हमारे यहाँ जो टूथपेस्ट भी होता है ना, हम दबा दबा के लास्ट निकालते हैं, फेंकते नहीं हैं. तो probably our mentality, if we can somehow make technologically second life, which we are experimenting with Tatas and others, not only it gives you the circularity of batteries, you don't have to every time import rare earth metals, and the dollar that Madam talked of, which is at $80 today, probably we are looking at 25, 30, and it makes everything viable. Probably these two things, as CPO, we are putting our bets on, and let's see how far we succeed.
All right.
आपकी सबकी हमें दुआएं चाहिए
Bilkul,
to
and that's the
succeed.
reason we have these programs to create more awareness and put and put that pressure where it needs to be put. I'd like some final comments. We're out of time now, but quick comments from all of you as we close this session and about the challenges and the quickest. What you think are the top 1 or 2 things that need to be done going forward?
Well, I think the challenges are there right in front of the white of
Sure.
our eye, and we're all seeing it. As a true Indian, I only just believe in the power of innovation and leapfrog. We've done it in the last couple of years on digitization and some other stuff, and now is the time to do it for the power sector.
Ma'am?
Well, I'll say energy security is very important for the national security, and we are moving in the right direction. We just have to hasten the speed.
All right, hasten the speed. And finally, Dr. Mathur?
One issue, and I'll follow up on what Aarti said. We have a current challenge of oil and gas, but let me say oil not being available. This is an opportunity for renewables. Let's look at low temperature use of energy of oil in industry. Let's look at use of oil for annealing in the industry. Those can be replaced by domestically produced electricity from coal and solar. Let's make that happen today.
All right, and final word on the industry perspective.
The future of power is not just green, it is integrated and interactive.
All right, well, thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for the panelists. It was an interesting discussion, a lot of challenges ahead, but hopefully we will have that boost and that attention that is needed for this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And another round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as they pose for the customary photograph. Thank you, Gargi. Thank you to our panelists, Vibha Dhawan, Ajay Mathur, Aarti Khosla, Ravindra Mohan. Thank you so much for that fascinating look at the big picture and the challenges that we are faced with. Ladies and gentlemen, as our panelists take their seats and as the stage is being cleared for our next conversation, I would just like to remind you all that India Sustainability Mission 2.0 is being live streamed on the NDTV 24/7 and NDTV Profit YouTube channels, as well as on the website ndtv.com/India Sustainability Mission. So, if you want your friends and family to also listen in, to some very interesting conversations, then you can direct them to the website and to the YouTube channels as well. All right. As we've just heard, you can't build a renewable future out of thin air. You need hardware, you need the glass, the cells, and the silicon that actually captures the sun's power, right? Often we talk about solar as an import story. But today we're looking at the Make in India story. Behind every shimmering blue panel is a complex manufacturing process that determines whether India is energy dependent or then truly energy sovereign. To take us into the heart of the solar supply chain, I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Pradeep Kheruka, Executive Chairman, Borosil Renewables Limited. He will be in conversation with NDTV's Ambika Singh Kama. Please welcome to the stage.
Now, India's clean energy transition is often measured in gigawatts and targets, but behind every solar panel lies a story of industry, innovation, and resilience. At the heart of that story is Borosil Renewables, the country's only manufacturer of solar glass, a material that quietly powers every photovoltaic panel. Joining me now is Mr. P.K. Kheruka, Executive Chairman, Borosil Renewables Limited, whose leadership has helped India take decisive steps toward energy independence. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. I think to begin with, we would want to know, our audience would want to know, when we talk about India as a country, we have obviously set ambitious solar targets, but much Unfortunately, much of our supply chain is still import dependent. Where do we actually stand today on the path when we talk about solar, when it's about self-reliance?
Thank you for having me. The question needs to be answered in two parts.
Sure.
Firstly, the target for deployment. Secondly, the target for domestic self-sufficiency. Deployment. Let me say what has been achieved. On the 29th of July last year, the total national demand was 203 gigawatts. On that day, you'll be proud to learn that as much as 51.5% of this was met by renewable energy. This is historic. More than half the country's demand on that day was met by power coming from renewable energy. In 2010, the nation first set a target of 20 gigawatts of solar power, which was to be installed by 2022. In 2014, our visionary Prime Minister upped this target to 100 gigawatts, up from 20 to 100. As on 31st December 2025, 140 gigawatts of solar power stood deployed. The restated target is 300 gigawatts by 2030, which, with God's grace, we hope to see exceeded. Now, this is deployment, which has been progressing at a blistering pace.
Yeah.
If you look at manufacturing self-sufficiency, manufacturing capacity in solar modules today stands at about 160 gigawatts annually. This requires a highly skilled assembly of multiple components, and domestic manufacturing of these components is being ramped up at an impressive scale. We see output from 65 to 120 gigawatts coming in stream within the next 2 years of these components. And since the manufacturing capacity takes money and time, while we cannot stop deployment, so for the balance of power requirements, we have to import. But we hope that as time goes by, we will be catching up
And fill the
with
gap.
domestic supply, yes.
You know, you've told us about how well we are doing. Of course, challenges are there, and I'll be coming to you for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Kaduka, how does India's solar industry, you know, when we look at globally, stack up against the global leaders in terms of cost, efficiency, as well as innovation? Where are we on that today?
So let's look at it technically. Technically, our solar panels are absolutely as good as anything that the world can produce. As matters stand now, most European manufacturing has closed down, unfortunately. So that leaves India, that leaves China. My understanding and my knowledge of Indian module manufacturers is that we make amongst the best modules in the world. Obviously, there are manufacturers who manufacture different qualities,
Yes.
which is true for every country, for every industry. That's true for China as well. So I would say that we are on par internationally in terms of quality. In terms of cost, I would dare say that our cost is very competitive.
Okay.
The price is not. So there is a difference between price and cost.
So that's
So-
the gap.
It's subsidy. The government
Which is-
subsidizes the cost to arrive at a certain price, which is much lower than the cost
cost.
when we are dealing with imported goods. In my case, where we make solar glass, I can very confidently assert, and I can prove, that the cost of the raw materials and the cost of power used to convert the raw materials from powder to glass is the cost at which the entire glass is being sold. So there's so much more which is required to arrive at the glass, which is simply not being factored in. And so we cannot compete against the government of China, but we actually are more competitive in manufacturing costs than the Chinese themselves.
And the innovation bit.
Yes, ma'am. So the innovation, for instance, we are able to melt glass with about 1,200 kilocalories expended to melt 1 kilogram of glass. The Chinese use 1,600 to 1,800 kilocalories. So we are about 2/3 of their expenditure in terms of kilocalories. We produce glass at very high speeds, which they cannot match. So I would say that we are about 50% faster than they are in terms of production. So where technically we need to establish ourselves, we are very good. But again, the question is that there's a whole ecology, there's a whole ecosystem of costs in our country, which makes it difficult for us to come to their costs.
Sure. So that's where, you feel which still needs to be worked up on.
Yes.
Sir, you spoke about the solar glass, which you all manufacture. And solar glass, we all know, is the backbone of every PV panel. Tell us, how critical is domestic manufacturing of components like solar glass to India's energy independence? Where are we on that?
I believe that every single component that goes into the manufacture of a solar module is as important as the next. If we want to compare this with an automobile, for instance, let us say there is no ignition switch. You have the rest of the automobile, but there's no ignition switch. You cannot switch it on. If you don't have the tires, you don't have the steering wheel, you don't have the battery that goes into a car, every single component is absolutely as vital as the next one.
Okay. Yeah. And if India had to become a net exporter of solar technology, I'm sure we would all want to know here, what are the few structural changes that must happen in the next 5 years? Because we need your expertise on that one.
So I believe that with the growing power that we have been exercising by manufacturing large volumes of modules and components, I would say that this would bring a lot of innovation automatically. I mean, by our nature, we are innovative people, and we work out how to make processes less expensive, how to economize on processes, and with these things, we should be able to bring costs further down. All the countries surrounding us are by and large power deficient. And most countries are power deficient. If the government decides that we want to give aid packages to neighboring countries by helping them to buy our solar systems, that would be a very good way to really expand our reach. We must remember that when we are looking at China, they build stadiums, they build assembly halls, they build all kinds of things for people in order to gain leverage. Yeah. And I suppose we cannot be any different.
Absolutely. And you've spoken about where we stand against China. And specifically, if I can ask you, when we look at countries like China, Germany, they have built strong research ecosystems specifically around clean energy. How well are industry, academia, and government really collaborating in India? And again, when we talk about partnership, we talk about collaboration, where are the gaps? Where are we really falling short here?
You have touched a topic very close to my heart. A certain amount of disappointment there. R&D costs money. That is point one. Very good. So we have money. We spend money on R&D. We devote 5% of our profits to R&D, 10% of our profits to R&D. And we develop something. And then what? And then nothing. We can't sell it. So we have a single-minded policy in government. And that policy is to buy the cheapest, buy something which is proven. When you are making a new product with R&D, it is neither the cheapest nor proven. Let's look at something from the solar industry itself. There's something called HJT cells, solar cells called HJT.
HJT.
HJT, okay. Heterojunction cells. Okay. So heterojunction cells, I was about to go into the technicality, but I will not. It is technically the most efficient cell that you can get. These cost money. Yeah. Per watt peak, they are more expensive than something called TOPCon. TOPCon is very popular. TOPCon is also something which is being used in India widely. We wanted to use HJT, but because of the cost factor, we are not able to use it. China has developed HJT. They have developed it and they're using it. The Chinese have something called a front runner program, where the government invites industry to do R&D. And when the industry comes out with the products derived from that R&D, which are superior, let's say, then the government will buy those products at a higher price. So we don't have anything like that.
So again, the cost factor comes in. We may be having the R&D, we may be doing it, we may have the product, but we do not have the money, or we're trying to, cut down on the cost, yeah.
Well, the government
so the
has a
gap is in the
policy.
policy, and maybe on the collaboration bit again.
See, the government has a policy of buying L1, the lowest cost. With that policy, we are not
Getting the best.
we are not sponsoring R&D. Let it be heard loud and clear. With an L1 policy, we will never, ever sponsor R&D.
I think that is a very, very valid point. When we talk about the shift, we talk about transition, when we actually talk about solar renewable. So thank you for pointing that out. Again, a very critical aspect.
I must add something. I'm sorry. This very
No,
point.
sure, please, yeah.
There is something which few people know. We know. We add something called antimony, sodium antimonate, to glass to make it, give it a little edge in terms of light transmission. Unfortunately, sodium antimonate is extremely poisonous. Secondly, sodium antimonate leaches from glass like sugar from a candy stick. It just leaches out from glass. And we discovered this in 2015. That's 11 years ago. In 2016, we spent crores of rupees proving that you can make antimony-free glass, which we did, in which there is no antimony. And since then, we have been trying our best, knocking our heads everywhere, and nobody is prepared to talk about it. Nobody is prepared to use it. We went to MNRE, we went to the government, we said that we have this. They said, has anybody abroad done it? I said, we do not need anybody from abroad to tell us
It could be
that
India
antimony
first.
is poisonous.
Yes.
We have a report from the Indian Institute of Technology showing that within 24 hours, more antimony leaches out from the glass, which is 20 times more than what is permitted in drinking water. And we are having a problem with antimony. So there is still some kind of a blindness which sets in when an Indian company does R&D. Until Agora certifies that R&D, it is not considered to be certified. It is
Or
tragic.
certified well enough.
It is absolutely tragic. So talking about R&D from lofty heights without having the first understanding about what goes into R&D. And I must mention that as Borosil, we manufacture a host of scientific instruments.
Yeah.
Our instruments are used in every laboratory in this nation. And we are supplying goods to ISRO, we're supplying to Atomic Energy Commission, to the Department of Defense, to so many, every department uses our products. And we are inventing things that nobody in the world has seen. That is actually happening today.
So I think it's what you even said, it's important to really realize what should be used as well. I mean, if the R&D is done, obviously if something which is dangerous, which is poisonous, and in spite of having the R&D, the research, and it's still not being followed, yes, that again is something, it is sad, right? But what do you think should be done?
So I'll tell you what China has done. When we were speaking about antimony in glass, China was listening. China has developed antimony-free glass with effect from the 1st of April, which is another 6 days away. China will stop the production of glass with antimony altogether. We are the guys who are the first movers. 11 years ago, we were not heard. And China has heard us.
So
But
maybe now,
our government did not hear us.
but
the
maybe
Chinese
now after
government
the
heard us.
Chinese government takes action, we would
Now, when the Chinese government does it, we will run to understand what did you do, how did you do, etc., etc.
Well,
That's
thank you
R&D
again for
for you.
bringing out that point, because that should be again looked into. But just moving on, we've been talking about costing and R&D, the money for it. Talking about green finance, what role do you think green finance as well as innovative business models can help scaling up solar manufacturing in India?
Refinance.
Green finance. Green finance.
Green finance. Honestly, our personal experience with finance has been, if your company is profitable, finance is no problem. Your shares are priced by the investor. You can raise money from lenders. You can raise money from investors. That's not an issue anymore. So far as the question of deployment of solar energy is concerned, because the deployment of solar energy brings about power, which is at a lower cost than grid power, that again is very profitable, and people would be quite happy to This is not my subject, I must say.
Sure.
So I cannot speak at length or with authority on this subject, but this is my general understanding.
Okay. So just, no, well, thank you for that, even taking that question, though you said it's not your expertise. But just moving on, beyond moving away from fossil fuels, what does India's clean energy future look like in terms of jobs, economic opportunity? Also, what kind of skills and training will India's workforce need to support a booming solar industry? Because that's something we're all looking towards and looking forward to, and it is the need of the hour.
So I think the future for solar energy in India, I would like to use the word green energy, because solar should not be seen in isolation, in my opinion. I believe wind and solar go hand in hand. And the reason for that is, during the 3 or 4 months of the monsoon, we have high winds. So whatever dip you have in power being generated from solar panels is more than compensated by power being generated from wind. And this works very well in Europe as well, where in the winter months, where there's hardly any sun, there are very high winds. So they get renewable energy regardless of whether it is wind or solar. Yeah. The other advantage of wind, of course, is that it's a 24-hour power producer. Yeah. So wind is very good, and therefore I see a very bright future.
In fact, my next question was about wind, but I'm adding hydro, because we always talk about how solar dominates the, the whole renewable conversation. And you did speak about wind. What about hydro? Do you think wind and hydro still remain underutilized? How do you see these sources working together actually to really build a resilient, round-the-clock ecosystem? You did mention about wind, but a little bit on hydro as well, please.
So hydro is something which is very, very important. Of course, that goes without saying. I have friends who own hydro power, and they have told me that the problem they have faced is access, because where the water is and the height is, there are no roads. And so reaching those places to set up hydropower plants is challenging very often. And I think we would also need to be able to use knowledge on seismic dangers, so to speak, about collapses and so on. So hydro, again, is something which is very specialized. There are lots of people in the world who really specialize in this, who understand all the risks associated. Those people should be onboarded, I believe, and we should try to take as much advantage as possible.
To make sure that, wind is easier to use, like you rightly said, but hydro, a lot more work needs to be done.
One thing that can be done on the hillside is that when we are generating hydropower during the day, which may not be required during the day because of so much of solar power, the water that is coming down could be used. The solar power could be used to push it back up again.
So double.
So that in the night you have more power then.
Yeah. Now, okay, Pradeep, I want to ask you, when we talk about solar panels, usually they have they have a span of about 20 to 25 years, if I'm not wrong, and correct me if I am. What is India really doing to prepare for recycling and reuse of solar components? We're talking about sustainability. It is India's Sustainability Mission 2.0. How critical is that when we talk about the lifespan in long-term sustainability?
So I think recycling of solar panels is absolutely essential. This is something on which utmost importance should be given. And I believe that a lot of people are doing that. They are using different routes to try to recycle the panels. I've seen people using water jets to scrape the cells away from the glass. I've seen people blasting the whole thing into small powder and then separating it chemically. So different people have tried different things, and I hope that within the next few months, even maybe in the next couple of years, we'll have viable recycling initiatives which will be successful.
Well, good to hear that, and congratulations on the work which you're doing on that. Something which we need to speak about, looking at the global condition. When we talk about global conflicts right now, they remind us of the fragility of fossil fuel supply chains. Unfortunately, India imports over 85% of its fuel. As someone who's really building India's clean energy industry, and thank you once again for that, what is your immediate reaction when you really see those headlines out there past 15, 20 days?
See, so far as mobility is concerned, on-road mobility, whether for trucks, whether for passengers, trains, I see electricity playing a very large role. I know in China, 4 out of 5 cars today are all electric. And what China does today, the world does tomorrow. That's the way it is today. So I see electric vehicles definitely coming up going forward. There is one aspect of electric cars which is completely unnoticed, unknown, untouched by the public in India and by the government in India as well, the batteries. Interestingly, I ran into a gentleman who headed Elon Musk's R&D. He was the head of Musk's R&D for renewable power. And this gentleman told me that vehicles, the batteries used in vehicles, start winding down because of the stop-start nature of vehicle driving. So you're suddenly drawing deep, then you stop. Then you draw deep, you stop. And batteries which are no longer useful for powering cars can be taken out and used in the home. So you can use those batteries for another 3 years to store power. We were just hearing about the need for power, which is peak power cost and discounted power cost. So those batteries could be charged during discounted power hours and used peak power hours. This is independent of
the life they've already...
independent of a solar panel. Now, if you have a solar panel as well, you can, again, use the same batteries. So the batteries could be used around homes. And looking at the millions of cars which we are using every year, if these batteries can come in and help us, this is a hidden source of power that India has.
So clearly a huge, gap again there on awareness about using those batteries. Thank you for putting that. But finally, Pradeepji, I want to ask you, if you were to leave policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and of course our students who are here with one message, with your expertise, the amount of work which you've done in this space, why is the moment for India's clean energy transition now and not a decade later?
Well, I believe that we are dovetailing government policy, which is very strong. The government has a very focused, very intelligent, very smartly devised policy for renewable energy, which is actually in operation today. We combine that with the Indian talent for innovation and for squeezing the last bit of the toothpaste out. So with these faculties that we have, I believe that green energy, clean energy, storage are definitely the mantras that anybody can follow to success.
Well, thank you for the mantra, but with the amount of work which you've done in this space, I'm very tempted to ask you, I know we're running short of time, share one breakthrough in solar glass or panel technology that excites you the most in the future.
We have, the world now uses 2 millimeter glass as the product of choice for making solar panels. So it's called a glass solar panel. Now, if we can, there is technology available to seal the two glasses to perfection. And if this is used with styrofoam floaters, the entire panel could simply float on water. Right now, what we do, we have a wooden platform. Then the wooden platform is supported on drums, which are full of compressed air to hold up the entire platform. Then you anchor the drums down so that they don't bob around, when there is a bit of wind. And then on top of that, you have a regular steel frame on which you put a solar panel. None of that. Just put the solar panel straight on the water. It's been doing it can do it around islands. This can be done in the oceans. And there could be nothing cheaper than this, nothing better than this.
And accessible.
This would be a big breakthrough for module makers, which I am not.
But still, it's a big breakthrough.
It would be a very big breakthrough.
Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, sharing so much information with the children and our audience. It's really been a pleasure to have you with us today on India's Sustainability Mission 2.0. A big round of applause for Mr. Kheruka, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Obviously, we're talking about high concepts and action and policies, but really it's all about squeezing that last bit of toothpaste out of the tube, as two conversations have already mentioned it. That is what sustainability is about after all, isn't it? Thank you, Mr. Kheruka. Another round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen, for that industry perspective on India's solar ambitions. And thank you also for telling us about your robust R&D that it is clear we need to be paying more attention to, antimony being a case in point. So thank you so much for that conversation. Right, so it's clear that while industry provides the technology, the entire ecosystem relies on a robust framework of governance. So our next session moves us from the factory floor to the heart of the national strategy. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy isn't just a regulatory body, it is the architect of India's energy sovereignty. Whether it is the PM Surya Ghar scheme or the green hydrogen mission, every massive shift that we have discussed today begins as a blueprint in these rooms. So, to discuss how the government is navigating this transition at a national scale, please welcome to the stage Ms. Suman Chandra, Director at the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. She will be in conversation with my colleague Suchetna Ray.
Well, policies, as we know, are made in ministries. But the gap between policy intent and project reality is where India's green ambitions will be won or lost. I'm now joined by someone who sits at the center of exactly this gap every day. Please please join me in welcoming Suman Chandra. She's a senior bureaucrat currently serving as director at the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Her ministry has an extraordinary mandate. It is to power a nation of over a billion people with clean energy while managing land, livelihoods, and a grid that was clearly not designed for this transition. Suman, welcome once again, and let's just get into it. You know, your ministry, which is MNRE, it operates at a critical intersection of energy transition and infrastructure growth. Now, how do you balance the two without compromising on sustainability first?
So first of all, my heartiest congratulations to NDTV for unleashing this 2.0 version of the sustainability mission. As we say in the climate word, we need all hands on the deck for any sustainability solution. And NDTV joining this robust voice makes all the more difference to India. Now, coming to your question, how does Ministry of New and Renewable Energy balances the renewable energy acceleration with sustainability? We are not looking at renewable energy as a capacity addition matter. We are looking at it as a next generation value addition to sustainability, where the mandate flows from the larger vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of going net zero by 2070, having Panchamrit goals of achievement of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, and a Viksit Bharat framework of a developed nation by 2047. Now, how do we balance infrastructure growth with sustainability? To start with, we have to realize why we are doing renewable energy in the first place. So these offshoot of renewable energy from the traditional energy system is a vindication of sustainability framework itself. So that is the starting tenet. Then in terms of deployment, there is a sustainable focus on how the land is acquired, how the sittings is done, and how the larger environmental and the regulatory framework is adhered to, or even supplemented with certain kind of additions that were missing in the past and which are required for the new energy systems.
Right, you spoke about frameworks, and that's where I'll take my next question too. You know, when MNRE sanctions large infrastructure projects such as solar parks or wind corridors, what specific sustainability benchmarks or compliance frameworks are you looking to build into the approval process?
So you have to understand that renewable energy doesn't sit on an exempted zone of compliances. It functions under the larger ambit of the law and regulatory framework of environmental regulations that pre-exist, the environmental impact assessments that are necessary, the land selection which embeds sustainability in itself, the discussion and negotiations with the community which accelerates the community-centric approach in the projects.
So how do you ensure that you are addressing all concerns when it comes to land acquisition, livelihoods of local people, as well as community participation, especially in these large renewable projects?
So you must have seen, like, ministry keeps a balance between the large projects and the distributed renewable energy. And if I have to give one small example, say if we go to Madhya Pradesh and look at Rewa Ultra Mega Solar Park.
Right.
So that was a project which was embedded in large negotiation with the community. It came out as the first project of solar which attained grid parity. Not only that, it also supplies 60% of the solar clean power to Delhi Metro. So these are not just walking the traditional line of sustainability, but even going beyond.
So this is what you were telling me are your decentralized renewable solutions. Would you please elaborate that a little bit more for us, and how these solutions, as you were saying, are way less disruptive to land and perhaps communities as well?
We do not look at land as just an extraction for project development. We look at land as a matter which enables and unlocks the livelihood potential for the communities centered around that. For this, ministry has a robust program of decentralized renewable energy, whether it's rooftop solar, which allows you to put up solar in your rooftop, generate your own energy. You have PM Kusum, which enables for end-to-end solarization of the farm sector with its 3 components, where the farmers can deploy solar pump, generate their own electricity, have control, over their irrigation, because initially the farmer would have to wait for the night time for his electricity to be available, and then he would enable an electric pump and then, irrigate his field. But all that is changing. If you have feeder level solarization, which is enabling assured daytime electricity to the farmer. So these are issues that are getting addressed through decentralized renewable energy. If you look at this last year's deployment of renewable energy, it was almost like we added 50 gigawatt plus of renewable energy, out of which 36 was from DRE.
Right.
So that is the kind of impact the renewable energy acceleration and deployment is having on communities. It's empowering them and taking this very contract view of land to a more robust livelihood generation outlook.
Staying with the concept of DRE, there has been an old belief that large renewable projects impact fragile ecosystem. So my first question is this an archaic thought? If not, is DRE the solution to it?
Well, it's a very important question, and that's why the innovation sector is so important and so critical. We are keeping a balance between the ground-mounted acceleration, and now you have innovations of dual use of land. As we accelerate more and more renewable energy, we also look at the competing demand on the land, right? So we are exploring things like agri-PV, which allows you for co-locating the energy as well as the food infrastructure over the same land. We are also exploring the possibilities of floating solar, which enables you to use a lot of your water bodies going beyond the land to generate your electricity. So these innovations are enabling us to unlock that sustainability and biodiversity. So if I have to talk about the evaluation itself of these kind of innovative projects, Kazari did some study in the Rajasthan arid area, where the study has shown almost 40% increase in the productivity of the land under that, solar PV plant, because now it has a shade and, it can become fertile over a period of lack of exposure of the sun. Similarly, the productivity and the crop yield losses in other crops also across agri-PV projects has been very nominal, which is some 4 to 6% of loss. Countries like Japan are even experimenting with growing rice under the agro-PV panel. So technology is really providing solutions for balancing biodiversity, sustainability, and clean energy acceleration.
Since we're talking about innovation, may I ask you to perhaps respond to what Pradeep ji was mentioning in the conversation earlier, that somehow R&D in India is still looked at from a prism where appreciation only comes once you have the seal of approval from the West. Is that a correct estimate, and what is the government doing about it?
I do not want to discount his experience, but I would say that today the leadership of the country is aware to unlocking the potential of innovation. And you look at the robust startup ecosystem that we have in the country. You look at the recent AI summit that we had that brought in so many young innovators, bringing solutions, whether they are digital, whether they are infrastructural. And most of these solutions are coming from this R&D, which is surviving on the seems. But yes, I agree to the point that it doesn't have to survive on the seam and has to be mainstream. And for that, we need the industry, the research organizations, and the government bodies to sit together. We have now a dedicated institution,
Right.
Research Anusandhan,
Right.
which allows you to do this kind of research. And I'm sure there are opportunities, and Mr. Karuka also can benefit from those opportunities.
Of course. You spoke about startups, and when you look at PEVC funding into startups, we are seeing a significant upward movement in investments going into startups which deal with clean technology. What has been your experience, personal experience, in dealing with these innovations? Are they scalable?
Yes, so see, a lot of the gap areas which are not addressed by the government directly are being facilitated through the startup innovations. I would give you an example. Right now, my trade-off of sitting here is because I'm not sitting with a team from Stanford of young, these children who are providing us a solution of how to manage the DRE solutions. And so my time trade-off is that the team of Stanford is sitting in the ministry, and we were supposed to discuss the DREM solutions, and I'm here. So you see that kind of solution, that it's making me feel that FOMO, right?
Right.
So that FOMO is real. So that FOMO is because the younger generation has a lot of solutions that will address the problems, and we need to have a robust ecosystem to sustain that, to support that, and ministries like New and Renewable Energy are very invested in this process.
I promise I just have a few more questions, and then we'll let you go to that meeting. My next question is a question we began with, which is the massive infrastructure development that India needs, because we have ambitious targets when it comes to renewable targets. We also have very ambitious targets when it comes to the country's GDP growth. Now, within the PM Gati Shakti integration, the master plan that we've seen, where does renewable energy infrastructure fit into the broader vision of integrated multimodal development that we are talking about?
So Gati Shakti has been a great catalyst. You see, renewable energy projects do not sit in isolation. They sit in the larger infrastructure ecosystem of India, whether it is connectivity, road connectivity, port connectivity, whether it's land acquisition issues, water availability. So a lot of these interdepartmental coordinations and a lot of these monitorings have been enabled and catalyzed by projects being on the Gati Shakti platform, which allows for efficiency and optimization and cutting down the time. And once you cut down the time of project implementation, you do cut down the cost, Cost is also a function of time. So that Gati Shakti framework has been a great catalyst. Our projects which are above 50 megawatts and above, they are monitored through Gati Shakti. We always say whatever gets measured gets done. I would say whatever gets reviewed gets definitely done, and that's what Gati Shakti does.
Right. We've seen for decades now large projects involving whether it is fossil fuel energy projects or renewable, it involves interministerial cooperation. So how closely is MNRE working with, say, ministries of environment, home, and also urban affairs to align your priorities with their vision? And how do you manage to bring all of that together?
I'm sure everybody sitting in this room would agree that one of the most catalytic changes that have happened in the governance framework of India has been this whole of governance approach, right? The silos do not exist anymore because the interdependability and the interconnectedness of the whole ecosystem is more and more visible and more felt now. So therefore, if I have to talk about Ministry of New and Renewable Energy particularly, we on a day-to-day basis have a coordination platform with the rest of the ministries. If I have to give you an example, our vision flows from the NDC, which is pledged by MOEFCC.
Yes.
Then for the Surya Ghar acceleration and the PM Kusum acceleration, we have to keep talking to Ministry of Power on day-to-day basis because the regulatory acts and legislation sit with them, and therefore the interaction is very robust. Now, if we have to maintain resource balance, say if we are deploying PM Kusum, and we have to look at how do we balance the overdraw of water, so we have to keep interacting with the Ministry of Water Resources that, these are the dark zones, these are the overexploited aquifers, and therefore, as a matter of policy, we are not going to deploy new solar pumps there so that we maintain a balance between clean energy as well as water resources. So these are a few examples of our everyday existence and everyday success, which cannot happen without living this interdependence and without living this coordination every day.
So you're saying it's a seamless coordination that is there between the ministries. There was another point that the previous conversation touched upon, which is the conflict that we are seeing and how it is becoming an everyday lived experience. While they spoke about, the previous conversation spoke about preserving fossil fuel supply chains, what do you have to say about the security of our country's energy assets? Are we cognizant of that? Is there a policy being worked out on that?
So a diversified basket is a best hedge, right, in the corporate terms. And as we sit on this very fragile geopolitical situation, I feel this is the best opportunity for us to accelerate clean energy. Why? Because I'll give you an economic argument for it. Most of our projects, infrastructure projects in India or abroad also, have a parameter of net present value on which they are judged, and that's why the rate of return and the ROE is calculated. But climate change is a very different problem. It's a fat tail problem. So it doesn't sit on a bell curve. It sits like, the tail is fat. So the more you delay it, the more the probability of the extreme weather event increases, and more costly the solution becomes on the seam. So it is always better for us to invest much smarter, much earlier, much at scale to reap the benefits as we go forward.
On that note, if India has to meet its extremely steep targets that it set for itself by 2030, if you believe any estimate, we would require anywhere between $2 to $2.5 trillion to meet, in investment to meet those targets. Where do you think that investment is coming from? A. B, do you think that MNRE has been an outlier because we've actually seen the private sector do most of the heavy lifting here?
Yeah, so when we last did the RE Invest and estimated what would be the quantum, there are different numbers floating everywhere, but I'm telling you our internal assessment. So there is almost like 35 lakh crores of investment that is required for the 2030 target. And we expect there's a potential from the bond market of almost like 10 to 15 lakh crores, and another from the debt market, another 5 to 10. Lot of the investment in the renewable energy sector has come from the private sector, and it's commendable because traditionally from a social externality point of view, economic externality point of view, industry and the private sector has always been a problem creator. But for our sector, it gives me immense pride, to say that it has been a part of the solution, and it has been a part of the solution in full dedication and full commitment. And the way industries are living their sustainability goal and accelerating the renewable energy infrastructure in the country, we want that sort of thing to move on. Now, in terms of what the kind of capital, where it will come from, it's not a matter of where the capital will come from or what kind of capital we need. The question now is that how do we enable the long-term capital, the patient capital, and the low-cost finance access to our, industry. If the project is bankable, you heard the previous speaker say, if the project is bankable, if there is a policy stability seen, finance is not a problem right now. But we have to enable a long-term, low-cost, accessible finance to all our industry, including MSMEs, for getting the scale that we are foreseeing or envision.
Right. Why do you think that your sector has been an exception? Because for the last almost 2 decades, we've seen how private sector has dragged its feet when it comes to capital expenditure in greenfield projects. Why is your sector an exception there?
So one of the reasons is project finance, and project finance has a stable, return of 14 to 15%. Plus, you have a policy stability. I mean, the law and order is taken care of. The land acquisition happens quickly. The government is supporting you through subsidies. What else will you require? This is like Prime Minister says, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. So private sector has taken the opportunity.
Right. My last question about Yahi Samay would be that we are to meet our net zero targets by 2070. If we are to do that, what kind of structural shifts you think is required in policies to ensure India reaches its net zero targets?
That is a very important question, and a question that we are dwelling with also right now. You see, so far renewable energy was only a capacity addition approach. As we go into the next decade, or as we go into the vision of 47, we have to look at power system as an energy systems approach, where we are solving for the grid stability problem, we are modernizing our grid, we are enabling grid to absorb as much production of the low cost power that is being generated by the renewable energy sources, and we do not land up into curtailment and wastage of this low-cost power, because the low cost of power would enable a lot of the economy, which currently is logged in two problems of breathing in bad air and also buying, higher cost electricity. So both of those problems get solved if you invest in your grid, if you modernize your grid, you enable your grid to absorb all this power. And then second is storage.
Right.
I think previous speaker already spoke about how we need to use storage not just as a mere, storage element, but as an ancillary service to the grid also. There is a huge potential sitting in for India to unlock not just clean energy, but its development via clean energy.
My final question to you, we spoke about innovation, we've spoken about finance, but when it comes to innovation, what is that one gap that you think requires innovation immediately for us to reach our 2070 deadline? What is that one area where innovation is required immediately?
I would say that there is a lot of innovation sitting. There is the problem of diffusion, right? So we have done R&D, we have deployed R&D, but the diffusion at scale is what we have to catalyze now. And in terms of technological disruptions, that is a very volatile field. Disruptions happen every day, and we need to enable an ecosystem where higher efficiency modules, higher efficiency cells, higher efficiency renewable energy ecosystem develops at scale, and it happens in such a way that the absorption becomes quicker and systems emerge efficient.
You think the government's Anusandhan program is designed to do exactly that, accelerate?
Yeah, that's what we would like to think, and that's what the country must utilize.
On that note, thank you very much, Suman, for taking the time out. We'll not keep you from that meeting that you want to go to with young, bright minds. Thank you very much once again for taking the time out today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chandra, and thank you, Suchetana, for that conversation. And while the stage is being set for our next panel discussion, I would like to remind you once again that India's Sustainability Mission 2.0 is being live streamed as we speak on the NDTV 24/7 and NDTV Profit YouTube channels, and also on ndtv.com/India Sustainability Mission. So if you want friends, family, colleagues, or anyone you think is interested in the subject to listen in to some fascinating conversations, then you know where to direct them. Right. Now, India is currently in the middle of a construction boom that is unprecedented in human history. But here's the catch. Every road we pave and every building that we design today is a permanent decision. There are no do-overs when it comes to urban infrastructure in a warming world. As Ms. Chandra, in fact, just said, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. So to explore how we design cities that are truly resilient, I would like to welcome back on stage Gargi Rawat. And she is joined by a panel that bridges the gap between global standards and the reality of the Indian balance sheet. So please welcome on stage, along with Gargi, our next panel, Ms. Aarti Nain, Senior Advisor, UNEP India Cooling Program, Shishir Priyadarshi, President, Chintan Research Foundation and former Director, World Trade Organization, and Sameer Bhatnagar, Partner, KPMG India. Gargi, it's back to you.
India will add 400 million urban residents by 2047. Think about that number for a moment. 400 million people. That's more than the entire population of the United States. And that population is going to be moving into Indian cities in the next 2 decades. Every road, every building, every drainage system, every cooling solution that we build for them will either lock in decades of emissions or lay the foundation for a climate-resilient nation. So the choices we make in the next 10 years are, in the truest sense, irreversible. And today's panel that we have with us here today brings 3 perspectives on what getting this right actually requires. We're joined by Aarti Nain, a senior advisor with the United Nations Environment Programme, India's cooling program, because in a country where temperatures already hit 50 degrees Celsius, cooling is not a luxury. It is a survival question. Shishir Priyadarshi is the president of Chintan Research Foundation and a former director at the World Trade Organization. He brings a rare combination of environmental and economic lens to urban sustainability. And with us, Dr. Sameer Bhatnagar, a partner at KPMG India, working at the intersection of ESG and infrastructure, translating sustainability commitments into balance sheets and boardroom decisions. Thank you so much all for joining us today on this very, very important discussion, especially when we talk about the fact of so many millions of people who are going to be shifting into our cities and how cities need to expand, and how, we're all seeing the construction boom that is currently taking place. So, Mr. Priyadarshi, I'd really like to start with you, because when we're talking about, infrastructure, and we agree that there's a need to shift from climate neutral to climate intelligent infrastructure. And this is something I think we're all agreed about, that we need our cities to be more, climate conscious. But what do we really mean when we say that? For the young people here, for those who are viewing this, what does that mean when we say this?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gargi, and thank you, NDTV. Lovely to share the stage with Aarti and Sameer. Look, let me start with a very basic point. The minute we talk of infrastructure, aap sab log yahan baithe hai, what is the first thing that comes to mind? You'll feel concrete, steel, that's what we are building. And certainly the things that will use that concrete and steel would be even regarded as even bigger polluters. So the minute you think of infrastructure, it's necessary for the growth of the country, but the first picture in your mind is one of pollutants, and obviously not sustainable. So I think the biggest point, so far we've done for decades, and people, trust me, are more intelligent on the panel than I am, so don't listen entirely to me. But what we've done for years is we've got infrastructure and then tried to make it climate neutral. We'll construct a road, we'll have a building, we'll have a cement factory, or whatever is required, then try and make it climate neutral. And there, our success has been good at times, marginal at times, and quite poor at times. I think what is required is this sea change in the whole conversation. We don't need climate neutral infrastructure. What we need is climate intelligent infrastructure, as you're asking. Now, what is climate intelligent infrastructure? One which is not based on historical data, but which is looking at what you need ahead. It's not because we needed something which was, a more efficient infrastructure, but what is it that we need in 20 years' time? Similarly, the second very, very important part of an climate intelligent infrastructure would be to embed technology into that infrastructure. Technology that will make your infrastructure more efficient. It will recover the initial higher cost, as just been talked about, but much more importantly, it will not be set in stone. It will allow adaptability depending on the kind of infrastructure. And finally, the third point, which will certainly make it far more intelligent, is you don't make it just climate neutral in the context of sustainability, you also make it resilient. So you've got infrastructure, which is climate neutral, but has got resilience built into it, whether it be to local, climate conditions, etc. But the list can be long. But I'll stop for the minute here, so that just to get all of you thinking over the course of the next 35 minutes, how important it is to bring in the word intelligent infrastructure into the debate of climate.
That's right. And Ms. Nain, I'd like to come to you next. And the global sustainability architecture is only as strong as its national implementation. So what does UNEP's work in India reveal about the gap that we currently have in the country when it comes to international sustainability frameworks and the on-ground infrastructure reality?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on the panel and with such great co-panelists. There's no straightforward answer to this because UNEP works across a spectrum of areas. We are looking at circular economy infrastructure. We are looking at heat resilience to sustainable cooling. We are looking at sustainable building materials. And each of them are not just governed by the overarching frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals, but they all have their own internal frameworks, sector-specific frameworks. And in some, India is actually a leader, at least a regional leader. For example, clean energy, as Ms. Chandra was just saying, that we are really far ahead of the curve. And there are others where we are lacking. The gap sometimes exists not in the ambition, but in the implementation. And that happens because of a varying number of factors. One is the informal nature of even our urban infrastructure. And it's very difficult then to regulate it and to track. So, bringing any new regulations for it is not easy, and then tracking any improvements or sliding backwards is not easy. Secondly, there's a data gap, which is not helping us in implementation or not helping us in implementation as fast as we would like it to be, is because the data is not always there to measure our baselines and benchmarks and how we are proceeding and progressing. So that's a problem. And I think it's also the institution capacity which is not helping us in implementation. And it is not as if both the public and the private sector is not investing in building these capacities, but it is just the scale of our country and the diversity of it. 400 million people, I work more on urban infrastructure. I think 300 million people are still in what you would call vulnerable levels. And I think 60% of our country would be urbanized. They need that infrastructure. So the scale is huge, it's diverse, there's a mix of rich and poor. And the cities do not have the capacities and the institutions, whether it is public or urban or rural or private, they do not have that capacity that is required to achieve the scale and the ambitions that we have set. But we are moving towards it. I work across multiple states.
Right. In fact, I wanted to ask you, ma'am, in your dealings with local governments, local administrations, do you find them conscious of this concern that we again and again here at NDTV when we have these conferences which we talk about, but are they at their level concerned and very conscious of this?
Very concerned. It's their biggest concern is they want help. Whenever UNEP goes, it's like, can you help us in doing this? Can you increase our capacity? A lot of the funding that we have within our programs is dedicated to fund, you can call it training, capacity building. They want internal capacities to be built, institutionalized, embedded, but they also want the private sector to be trained to take up this work further. And they also want a lot of civic engagement and be enabled to undertake that citizen and civic engagement. So yes, I would leave it at that. I mean, we are there in certain cases, but there's a gap in others.
Right, and which is why conferences like this are very important, that people learn more about these issues and the need to be engaged. Dr. Sameer Bhatnagar, let's now talk about the private sector. And ESG due diligence is rapidly reshaping how infrastructure projects are financed and appraised. So what are the most significant ESG gaps that KPMG is seeing in Indian infrastructure projects? And how are global capital providers responding to this?
Thank you for having me on the panel today. And I think it's a very interesting question around ESG or sustainability due diligence for projects. Yes, there are established frameworks. And when we look at large projects, they will undergo the required diligence in terms of environmental standards and how they kind of conform. But I think when we talk about infrastructure, it's also about doing that what happens to the smaller projects. Because the minute we talk about the core infrastructure itself, the cost of capital in India per se for infrastructure is expensive. The minute we talk about various compliances, as was mentioned in the first panel, that around 60% of businesses in the SME sector, right? A lot of our cities are still small in scale and size. A lot of our city projects, other than, let's say, a large metro, are very small in size, including some of the water supply and such projects, right? So when the scale is smaller, the cost of ensuring a lot of the project administration work, etc., is also quite expensive for them. So while the larger projects are undergoing those, the question of what happens to the smaller ones in the smaller cities, and again, as my predecessor mentioned, Aarti mentioned, what is the capacity of the local agency as well as the private sector and the advisors to undertake diligence of these small projects across the city? Do we have enough skilled people to undertake that? So that's a challenge which we're seeing in terms of scaling up of the skilling to undertake these kind of assessments. And because data is not available and data is still dispersed and we do not have a large history of data, so it's something which, while we would look at digital technologies and probably AI helping in quite some extent to this, until we have reliable data and established baselines and models, automating these processes on diligence is going to be a challenge, right? So that's one problem that we face. But when you talk about the second part about global capital providers, yes, they do see projects which have a better green coefficient actually responding with directing more funds to it. There is an uptake. But the question
because internationally they're a lot more conscious of this and will only get involved with projects and with people who are also meeting those parameters.
Correct. So the big ones still probably get that attention, but I would also want to take how do we kind of bring attention to the smaller ones, and that's where probably aggregation, so that they can come to a scale and to a platform, is something what would be required to kind of accelerate the pace of adoption in the rest of the country and not just limited to a few large cities or state capitals. Sorry for that.
All right. Well, Mr. Priyadarshi, coming back to you, and we're talking about infrastructure and how we're going to be developing going forward and being more climate conscious and our infrastructure being more climate conscious, climate intelligent. Now the question comes about costs, obviously, and a green development or being sensitive to the environment but developing at the same time. It raises concerns about how this will be a lot more expensive and how. So how do we reconcile sustainability with cost and competitiveness, especially in a fast-growing economy like ours?
By the time this panel finishes, you guys will be convinced that this person knows probably the least, because you put 20 people, you put 20 people into a room. बिल्कुल सच कह रहा हूँ. आप 20 लोगों को एक कमरे में डालिए, and you ask them that what is the biggest challenge to ensuring the greening of infrastructure. 19 out of the 20, that's provided I'm in the room, 19 out of the 20 will say it's money. They are not wrong. But very unfortunately, the way it has been projected, it has become a green versus a non-green dialogue. And I think there is a big dichotomy there. It does not need to be framed like this. And I'll give you two examples. One from, well, my childhood days, but the other from the WTO days. I spent 25 years with the World Trade Organization, and we wanted to modernize the border transit procedures between countries that did not have access to the sea and therefore ports, and their goods for exports had to move through the borders of another country where those goods were not meant to be, used or imported into. The absolute, for years on, the answer that was given to us, we can't do this because modernization of the trade facilitation border measures requires money. ये निरंतर ये बात कही जाती थी. But the point was that once done, it repaid the cost within such a small period. Why? Because you had, and then I'm talking about global cost, not necessarily the cost of the country which put in it. Suppose you had a truck which was waiting there for a week before it could get cleared. Suppose you had people there who, simply because the trucks were waiting, you had to have security guards there. Then there were lots of additional expenditures which got so easily cut. So very often, it is true green infrastructure, the greening of anything definitely will require more upfront costs. But you will get the benefit of it very, very quickly. And if I really want to drive home the point, I know it's not the best example, and apologies, I keep breaking into occasional Hindi, perhaps because for 25 years I couldn't use as much Hindi in Switzerland. There was one thing which, and again, I repeat, with apologies, it's not the best example, but I'll still use it. As a growing up child, we were told, Sasta roye bar bar, mehenga roye ek bar. I don't know if you guys have heard of it or not. But literally, trust me, this holds for green infrastructure. You might end up spending more money initially. Not only will your cost will recover quicker, but very importantly, if you now look at it as an economic issue, don't look at it as a sustainability issue. Look at it as an economic issue. And if you look globally where things are going, then certainly the entire concept of value chains will get linked to sustainability. And if you've got sustainable, green and intelligent infrastructure, which is transporting what you're producing to where it is to be exported to, trust me, it'll be a huge boon. So yes, it is a cost, but it's a cost we'll bear and a cost that we'll very soon recover.
Right, I think the English saying would be penny wise, pound foolish, perhaps. But
even better.
Ms. Nain, if there's something you'd like to add to that, and also the role of multilateral bodies in catalyzing green standards adoption, beyond what you're already doing, advocacy, and what sort of technical and financial instruments does UNEP deploy in emerging economies like India?
So I completely echo what Shishirji said. It's finance, it's critical as well. I think India's investment needs are huge, and it's a big challenge. But coming to your question, advocacy is just one aspect. The Secretary General about 2 years back laid the roadmap for UNEP on climate action, and that was you look at climate science, support that, protect the vulnerable, especially workers and women, and lastly, enable a switch to clean energy. And that's what we work towards. So we help a lot of subnational and local governments, that is cities and municipalities, in establishing the climate science, which is basically the evidence for further action. That is research. For example, we did recently in the city of Chennai, we spent 1 year in understanding the urban heat patterns of the city. And we work with some of the leading research institutions in India, public and private, but also global institutions. So, establishing the evidence and presenting it to the stakeholders is very critical. Secondly, and not just UNEP, but even other players in this sector, we are looking at helping the government test innovative solutions, whether they are in the test labs or they're ready for commercialization or in early commercialization state. It's very, very important to boost the confidence of the users to be able to use these solutions that we have already. And we spend a lot of time. Very recently, we worked with the government of Maharashtra to ensure that they have some innovative solutions for cooling in housing under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. And it helped them to the extent that they have scaled up and adopted it across all their new upcoming projects. So that is very critical, and that is something that we do a lot. Capacity building, training of all formats, and also financing mechanisms. So we are trying to see how we can converge CSR funding, unlock international climate adaptation funds. For India, that targeting and unlocking adaptation funds, which are available through various multilateral bodies, is very, very critical, especially to set up the models. And also, we are trying to work to, unlock business models with the private sector, whether it's on impact investment or is it on, pay as you go, pay for your services models. We are trying all of these. And advocacy then comes once you have set the examples, once you have proven the concept, that is when advocacy comes in.
Right, and if you can tell us more about adaptation, and also when we're talking about these 400 million people who are going to shift to cities and how our cities have to develop, is there any way we can prevent that from happening using, green infrastructure in rural areas, or in making sure that there is no need for them to make that shift to urban India?
So in terms of global climate adaptation funds, there are multiple which are available to countries like India, prominent being GEF, the Global Environment Facility, which helps bring in funds as grants as well, but also as credit lines that can be used by all kinds of actors from the national government to the subnational government and to cities and so on and so forth. It is just that you have to prove the scalability and replicability of your solution. And that is where I think you would also be aware that cities and all those who are involved face the problem. They're unable to always prove the scalability and replicability of the solution. And no investor wants to invest in something which does not have a long-term future and a good bottom line, whether it is green or blue infrastructure or whatever. So that becomes very, very critical. And in terms of training and other things and advocacy, we build further on that after that. And what was your second question? Sorry?
I was just talking about if we could, think also of ways of preventing that migration from rural India to the cities and with some sort of green infrastructure there itself.
Better jobs, better housing, well-connected cities and services.
All right, better jobs and better housing. Dr. Samir Bhatnagar, let's now talk about carbon markets. And I think this is something that, the world conversation is happening a lot, and we need more of it to happen in India as well. And, while institutional support is building up, we're also likely to be seeing carbon markets being launched in the coming months. What will the impact of that be on our economy, on sort of this green infrastructure?
Yeah, I think, as was mentioned before, that it's not a sustainability problem, it's an issue of economics. Ultimately, it boils down to that. And what the carbon markets can enable is really about monetizing all the activities that you're doing and give them a right market-based pricing mechanism. So economics, which is basically about the sourcing and distribution of resources, where money or currency is used as the most convenient form of exchange, is only possible once you are able to have a uniform standard of exchange of information. So what carbon markets ultimately will drive, let's go back to stock markets, right?
And perhaps for our viewers and our audience, you need to, we're all very used to, what is carbon markets and carbon credits, but perhaps we need to just explain that
so
also
I think it's
a
an
bit more.
equivalent of a stock market, right? Where you've got, and you generate carbon credits, you've got carbon certificates, you've got some asset which you can trade on the market, and then you can realize a value against it. The value can be in tangible terms, or it could be in the form of a promissory, for example, which is what it is. But if I just go back to the same stock market analogy, stock markets allowed people to talk about, I have a resource, you have a resource, let's exchange it. Resource in this case was the shares of a company, right? But what it enabled over a period of time is the structuring of the markets and the underlying instruments, the contracting, the disclosure, and the behavior of organization and all the participants in a market. So what a market mechanism basically enables is stakeholders can come in and operate and exchange information, and that drives innovation, creation of document structure, and further financial economics. Innovation comes from that perspective. So I think the creation of the market is not just about monetizing assets. It's about driving better contracts, baselining, how does data get captured, how do people report information, what gets valued, what doesn't get valued, and then finally when people have extra capital, it drives innovation, right? So the same thing which you see with the tech sector. Valuations are high when you have a great product, you have a great platform, they attract valuations, right? You've got various platforms which have come up in the last few years, driven with the online boom and the e-commerce boom, and that's attracted capital. But that capital flows to where innovation comes in. So market mechanism is a fundamental of all economics, which brings in structure, which over a period of time, especially when we talk about a circular economy, as we talked about a toothpaste example, I also have the example of Matar. When I was doing a study on cold chains, these stakeholders said, in India, Matar waste nahi hoti hai, छिलके भी हम बकरी को खिला देते हैं. So how do you think that we would waste food and vegetable in our country, right? Even an aloo goes from a 10 rupee packet of chips to a vada pav in entire day, and so value is not lost in monetary terms actually. So we do recycle a lot of resources in our country, and whether it is about reusing old clothes.
And thank you for not using the toothpaste example, because it's already been used twice,
Yes.
I think, in some sessions.
So I'll go from the cloth to the pocha example, maybe, which is another thing which comes up. We reuse a lot of steel. It's all done in the unorganized sector. The entire kabadi wala system which we use is actually an unorganized sector. But what a market can enable is better organization of these informal sector over a period of time which comes in. And that enables more global and organized capital to come in, better standards, and better employment opportunities for people who want to work in the circular sector.
And just tell me carbon markets, because I've gone to these international events where they're also talking about the carbon economy. And in India, I think there's still some challenges in terms of reliability and that third party coming and measuring it. So there's some challenge there, isn't it?
Yes.
Are we working on that? And there's also some confusion about ministries. I believe it comes under 2 ministries, and there was, at least earlier, there was some fight going on.
Yes, so I think what needs to be done is, and it's not just about the ministry and the policymakers coming up with a set of standards, it's also the stakeholders giving feedback, and some things would be left to the market and the rules and guidelines. So it does require, for example, we've talked about, can we classify them into a few types of projects from a taxonomy perspective? Then for each taxonomy, can we develop some standards for methodology? Can we have the methodology for measuring, baselining, data collection? And so that's really where a lot of things need to come up. It's not just relevant to have a market, but to have all the underlying systems which can allow things to work at scale. If it is individual and a few things, you can negotiate it across the table.
Sure.
But if you have to make it scalable, process-driven, and reduce the transaction costs, then you need these underlying frameworks.
All right. Mr. Priyadarshi, coming back to you, if you had to identify 1 or 2 structural shifts that we need in the country to help scale green infrastructure effectively, in your view, what would that be?
Can I, before I answer your question,
Sure.
can I just come back to one word you used here on the multilateral organizations? I can't resist not just saying a bit about it. To a normal person these days, especially what is happening from the United States, by the United States, and I'd love to say because of the United States, the belief in multilateral rules and the multilateral organizations is diminishing. Now, very seriously, if you put down on paper, and there would be easily about 100-odd multilateral organizations, and you were asked to pick just 4 or 5 which impact, or which try to address those issues which impact globally all citizens, then certainly the environment, climate change, and sustainability organizations would figure in that list. For instance, the World Trade Organization won't, because there are some countries whose share of global trade is 0.01%. So they're not impacted in the same way on global trade as someone whose share of global trade is 19 or 20%. Or take anything to do with maritime. Not all countries are shipping. But sustainability, climate change impacts every single person. And I think this is where, especially the developing countries, the global south, need to make their voice heard very, very strongly that we need strong multilateral organizations.
Definitely in the face of this new reality that we're all currently living in with what's happening in the United States, yes, of course.
Certainly we do. But now to your question, Gargi. Look, there are many things, which can be done. Let me just start with 2, and perhaps my panelists would probably add more. The first is, we've got to stop looking, and perhaps, Samir, ESG is a good example. We've got to stop looking at these as things we have to do because compliance requires us to do them. You have an ECG budget, you have this, simply because someone will say, oh, this has to be done. No. We've got to change our mindset from compliance to design, from compliance to good health. It's not something because someone else is telling us to do. It is something that we need to do because we believe in it and we think it's really good. That's one point. The second, I think, especially if you're looking ahead into the future, we need to really rethink, and this whole, panels about infrastructure, what do we mean by infrastructure? Are we just looking at roads and buildings and power plants, etc.? Or should we also start actually in our minds looking at a much broader ambit and a much broader definition of infrastructure? Let me give you one or two examples to explain what I'm saying. Take wetlands, for instance. Have we ever regarded wetlands as actually the best and surest way to avoid flooding? That's an infrastructure. Let's start looking at that as an infrastructure.
I think that realization has come in the last few years of wetlands are not wastelands.
Are not wastelands.
They do a very important function for us.
We've continuously talked about, let's say, this huge amount of heat that is thrown outwards from air conditioning systems that urban, strongly dense populations have. Anyone. Now, there is a talk of how we should have district cooling and things like that. How about abundance of greenery? Let greenery become an infrastructure. So, obviously...
Well, definitely, yes. That's something we'd love to have,
certainly.
Yes.
And I really mean it. So, if you've got to be so passionate about it that you say, this is my infrastructure. It's not just saying that we want to leave a cleaner planet. I want to leave more trees. I want to leave wastelands and wetlands.
So being in the polluted national capital, I think that's something that we would help us with that as well.
I said 2 points, but I'm just, because you've got such a young population in the audience too. A strong emphasis on building capability that will be required for ensuring that all this is placed for the future. I'd love to see that happen.
All right,
can I just come in for 30 seconds here? When,
right, now closing remarks now, because we're going to wrap it up.
No,
so
I
yes,
think,
go ahead.
Yeah,
yes.
no, it's just at the point which Shishir mentioned about green as infrastructure, right? And I think when we go back to, and in the previous panel, sorry, in the previous discussion, the CMD of Borosil mentioned about Indianness, right? So actually, if we go back, it's about, we didn't have air conditioners or water coolers. We would drink water out of matka, which used to be cool, right? We used to dry our clothes in the sun. We don't use dryers, right? So we used to dry a lot of vegetables, etc., in the sun, which is natural, right? So the use of natural energy was always there. It's urbanization and the speed of technology. I do not deny the use of machines and new equipment, but I think somewhere the move towards our traditional systems, which are already sustainable, is something that I think needs to be picked up as well, and which would probably reduce some of the demand on infrastructure per se. And of course, on the green infrastructure, happy to talk about it, but over to you back.
So now we're going to wrap it up. So final word to you, Ms. Nain, closing remarks on what we need to think about going forward and, on this, in this panel that we've been discussing about green infrastructure and, in how India needs to adapt to that.
I think we have to look at it as a systematic problem where we are looking at different aspects, as you said, capabilities of individuals and institutions, and financing, I would say. That holds the key. I've been working in so many years in this sector, and quite often it's the finance which really allows us as a country and as a people to move forward or stay back. I think we really start to need looking at that as well.
All right, so finance is the big issue as well. Well, thank you so much, and lots to think about, I hope, when we talk about green infrastructure and how we want to develop, how we want the country and the cities to develop going forward. Thank you so much all, and a big round of applause, please, for the panelists.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists, Ms. Aarti Nain, Shishir Priyadarshi, and Sameer Bhatnagar, and of course our moderator, Gargi Rawat. Some absolutely fantastic points made in that conversation, which is something that concerns all of us. You look around and all you see really being built is concrete and chrome, and these are urban heat islands that are really going to affect how we live through this summer, certainly. So thank you for all of those points, and especially the one on planting more trees. That got me certainly very excited. I think I was the only one clapping there, but hopefully we will have more people paying attention and realizing that that really is what needs to be done. So we've talked about the steel, we've talked about the cooling systems, but now we come to the oxygen of this entire mission, capital, something that Mr. Priyadarshi was referring to in that conversation. Every solar park, every green building, every climate resilient road that we've discussed today requires a massive coordinated movement of money, the green stuff. The question is no longer just about the will to change. It's about the way to fund it. How do we turn global climate commitments into actual local investment? So to explore how India can unlock the finance needed to meet its promises, please welcome back NDTV's Suchetna Ray. She's joined by an exceptional panel of experts who specialize in bridging that gap between global capital and national policy. So I'd like to invite on stage Varad Pandey, Partner and Director, BCG Singapore, Jyoti Kirit Parekh, Executive Director, Integrated Research and Action for Development, and Arjun Dutt, Senior Program Lead, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. The floor is yours, Suchetna.
Thank you to our previous panel for giving us the best lead-in that's possible, and we're going to talk about green finance. So India has set itself an ambitious climate target, and according to estimates, we would need anywhere between $1.5 trillion to $2.5 trillion in investment over the next just 4 years to meet our climate targets. So the critical challenge now is, how do we make green investment not just viable, but inevitable? And to unpack this, I'm joined by an exceptional panel of experts. I have Varad Pandey, who works at the intersection of policy, capital, and global climate strategy. I have with me Jyoti Kirit Parekh, one of India's foremost voices on energy policy and sustainable development, and Arjun Dutt, who brings deep expertise on climate economics and India's transition pathways. I'll begin with you, Varad, and my question is that we often hear that capital is not the constraint, and there is global liquidity which is just looking for the right climate-aligned investment. And yet, in countries like India, we still have a finance gap. So what is the real bottleneck today? Is it capital availability? Is it risk? Is it ROI? What is it?
Thank you, Suchetna, and great to be here. In the oxygen panel is always a good one to be. Maybe just to start by saying that, the whole climate finance agenda can sometimes be anxiety-inducing. But I would say that, we need to solve the climate finance problem really in our own self-interest. And by that I mean that, India is probably the country which is, on the one hand, the most vulnerable to climate change, and CEW and IRADE have done some fantastic work on unpacking that. But we are also the country that probably has the most to gain if we can solve the climate finance problem. In our earlier panels, we talked about the whole energy security issue, but also jobs of the future, economic competitiveness, and resilient cities. So it's in our self-interest to solve this panel, and we should approach it with that mindset, and not so much from the old sort of negotiating mindset of what can we get from the international community, so to speak. Number one. Number two, I would just say that I think it is correct that we don't have a money problem. We actually have a more like a plumbing problem. A phrase that I learned from Nandan Nilekani used to talk about this a lot. But by that, what I mean is that there is a lot of capital globally which is interested in investable opportunities, including in the climate arena. We need to channelize that capital by providing investable, predictable investment opportunities that make sense for investors. And in that context, and to your point of bottlenecks, I think there are three things. One is just the policy certainty, regulatory unlocks, wherever they are missing. Of course, we've done a lot, but there's still much to be done, and I'm sure we can unpack that a little bit. The second is bankable projects which are ready to invest. You know, it's one thing to say we want money for solar, we want money for this, but where are the projects? Are there enough projects where investors can come in, put in their capital, with capital structures that actually make sense? That's the second thing. And then the third is, catalytic capital, or what some people call blended finance, which is really about using small amounts of public or charitable money to unlock large amounts of commercial capital. And maybe just giving you a very quick example. Today, we've talked a lot about solar energy today, but today a solar plant that is set up in India, say in a state like Rajasthan, has to pay a premium of about 80% in the cost of capital relative to a plant which is set up even in cloudy Germany, right? Which is ironic.
Right.
And the answer which is offered is, oh, there's perceived risk, and perceived risk premium, or I would say a risk tax that we have to pay because of, currency fluctuations or, offtake issues that sometimes arise. And in this situation, if there was an ability to provide de-risking instruments, like guarantees or first loss measures or currency hedging, you will see a lot more investors come in, right? So I think this whole notion of catalytic capital to de-risk is what we need to solve. It's the fundamental thing. We can unpack this a little bit more. It's hard, but it's doable. And if we can do it, I think there's no other country today placed in the world, especially amongst emerging markets, who is poised to benefit from this, because we have 6% plus growth in a volatile world. We have an aspiring middle class which is rising. We have 70% of our infrastructure which is still to be built. We are ahead on our Paris targets. So we have everything going for us if we can crack this.
Of course, I'd love to come back to you to unpack this further, but before that, I'll take a question to Dr. Parikh. Many panelists before us said that if there is policy stability, then finance will follow. But my question to you is, what kind of regulatory architecture should we have to ensure that all stakeholder priorities are considered and taken into consideration?
Well, India is growing in size of the renewable market, and the regulatory system is responding to that. It has developed many innovations over the time compared to earlier, and now we have reverse bidding, and we have power markets, and we have power prices every 15 minutes. And there's deviation settlement mechanisms and so on. But in terms of finance, there's not a one pool for finance that is ready to be to be taken by people or banks or anything. It's the whole system which has to be affordable, and that can go by first of all the whole affordability issue is somewhat we are aiming for that. For example, LED became affordable by ESL's aggregating techniques. Then so that they bought millions of bulbs and brought down the prices from 800 rupees to 100 rupees or around that. Similarly, people are not paying for electricity, so that politicians' interference is making problems. Banks have to mobilize their green bond situations and so on. So everybody has to, the whole climate has to support it. It's not one organization or the other, but the entire system has to move towards affordability, and it is being done, but gradually and slowly. Now, we thought that, okay, we will put up a lot of solar plants and wind power, but now the situation is such that power market shows less than a rupee price during the daytime, and nighttime sometimes touches 10 rupees because there is no solar power.
Right.
Or sometimes there is no wind power. So we need to even out these things by demand side mechanisms. So that's where the consumers come into the picture. And this whole field of renewables is, we call it prosumers. Means consumers themselves produce energy,
right,
and they respond and they have to respond to the markets, to the prices, and to investments, their own investments, and looking for opportunities to participate. India has done also take care of Surya Ghar, so women can participate, farmers can participate through agriculture pumps and so on. So that way, awareness spreads, and the consumers are no longer turning switches on and off. They are aware of where their electricity is coming from, is it green or not, that this type of awareness is increasing. And we are doing this for our own energy security, our own clean energy, and I must say that it's not just the commitment to global bosses who are now busy bombing the world, but it's more commitment to our own people who need energy security, and who, so we need clean air, we need clean
These
water
commitments are
and
more
waste
existential
and
in
so
nature,
on.
absolutely.
So we are doing it for our own
Absolutely.
purposes and security, and not to answer people.
Absolutely, point taken. I'll move to Arjun with the same question. That is, we've spoken about policy stability, we've spoken about the need for innovative finance models. But before that, what is the regulatory architecture that India requires to accelerate green investments?
So I think firstly, it's worth acknowledging that India has had considerable success in facilitating the flow of investment. Just as an example, the FDI into renewable energy in FY25 was triple of the pre-pandemic level. And this is despite the rupee depreciating by about 20% in that same duration. So it's worth acknowledging that generally the ecosystem that's been created has been quite conducive. Now, based on your question, the regulatory architecture, ultimately, there are various types of financing challenges, and I think Varad sort of referred to the bottlenecks that exist. In some cases, money is flowing on competitive terms, but the scale of financing needed in a short time is so large that conventional sources of capital, particularly debt capital, because a lot of these investments, particularly in clean energy, are debt intensive, may not be sufficient. So there may be need to unlock new sources, such as the bond markets, to supplement existing debt capital from banks and NBFCs. So in those terms, policy solutions such as credit enhancement in the bond markets. So the Honorable Finance Minister announced in the last year's budget a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate infrastructure bonds that is to basically address that specific bottleneck, right? There may be other types of challenges in the ecosystem. Into certain sectors, capital may be flowing on onerous terms because of perceived risks. So there again, certain types of, and this may be because of limited track records of performance, technology performance, sectors such as storage, in some cases electric mobility, where the cost of capital may be higher compared to the ICE-powered counterparts. So again, providing some element of guarantees to establish that track record becomes important. So these are some sorts of specific interventions. From a larger policy and regulatory perspective, it is eventually about accurately pricing in climate risk, because we've discussed over the course of various deliberations today, India is one of the most climate vulnerable countries. In fact, CW research says 80% of India's population lives in populations that are in districts that are highly vulnerable to hydrometeorological disasters. So, and also intuitively we know that, let's say, every dollar invested in resilience results in $6 worth of savings, or there are various varying figures. But effectively, what's necessary is the appropriate codification of this in regulation that can help impact the cost of capital. Now, financial supervisors, both globally as well as in India, are at various stages of facilitating this translation between understanding the true value of investments in resilience, the benefits of investments in decarbonization, and appropriately pricing those benefits, right? And it is a journey, right? You've had the ESG disclosures by the capital markets regulator, the draft stages disclosures for banks and NBFCs under the RBI for climate-related financial risks. And of course, there are various other mechanisms. We talked about the carbon markets as well, basically about appropriately pricing each unit of emissions and every dollar invested in resilience. So ultimately, it is a suite of measures that the ultimate objective of which is accurately pricing each unit of emissions that is emitted and the value of each unit of investment in resilience. Because if this is codified through a structured framework, the cost of capital of investments that currently seems unviable because those benefits are not being factored in may become more lucrative,
Right.
and eventually that may support the flow of capital. So that is from a broader policy and regulatory perspective, the types of measures and the direction in which they have to be heading.
I'll take that question to Varad. You worked with the executive of this country for some time, and therefore I would want you to give me this answer from your experience of working with the government. What is that one thing that the government can do now to unlock large inflow of capital?
I wish there was a silver bullet. So instead of saying one, I'll give you 2 plus 1. 2 is things which are already happening, which just need to be pushed to the next level. These 2 are a green finance taxonomy for India. I think many of us would have heard of it, but I think great work has been done to bring it, and it's now been released in the public domain last year.
Yes.
It needs to be now finalized and detailed guidelines by sector issued, because taxonomy really determines where investors put their money. The second is the Reserve Bank of India. I think, Arjun, you mentioned this. There's a climate risk information system that the RBI has announced, so that banks can get an assessment of the vulnerability of their portfolios to climate risk. That also has to be the next step on that in terms of operationalizing it for the banks has to be done. So these are things, I think 90% of the work is done. We just need to push them out of the door. My pet one for this, since you asked for one new idea, is to have some sort of a national green bank, a green DFI for India. And what I mean by this is an institution that can cut across different sectors and focus on doing 3 things. One, creating an aggregated pipeline of investable projects that investors can look at, decide whether I like it, don't like it, and so ease the process of discovery of pipeline of investable projects. Second, provide the kind of catalytic finance de-risking instruments that I was discussing earlier. So in a certain project, let's say in Tripura, there's a project which has to be done, but there's, the risk perception of a northeast state is very high. So can there be a guarantee which can be provided by that bank that allows commercial investors to come in? So some sort of de-risking instruments. And third, to act as an interface between the Indian financial system and the international investors. There are lots of institutions trying to do green finance in India and doing a fantastic job. But I think they're all doing it in different domains. NABARD is doing rural green infrastructure. PFC is doing power sector infrastructure. We don't have an integrated development finance institution and a national green bank that could really take this forward.
You're talking of something like an NIIF only for green projects?
For green, yeah. And this is not my idea. This has been suggested quite a lot in the global discourse. Many countries like Brazil, UK have something like this already in place. I think this will accelerate the momentum that we need on the plumbing of climate finance.
Right. I'll open up this panel. I have 3 related questions, and please take your pick as to which one you want to answer. One is straight from what Varad was just mentioning, that is, are emerging markets like India being unfairly benchmarked on ESG standards which were designed in the West for the West? That's the first question. Secondly, can India shape its own frameworks? We know a large part of work on that has been done. How can we push that? And the third question is, how effective are multilateral funds which have been announced from time to time, but in reality we only see money just about trickle in from there? Whoever wants to take whichever question. Arjun, let me start with you. Yeah.
So maybe let me start with the idea of the green bank, because in the Indian policy ecosystem, the Niti Aayog just last month suggested the idea of a national green financing institution, which is exactly the sort of integrated approach. And this can be most effective if it interacts with the existing ecosystem in a complementary manner, because there are existing institutions that are already lending. So if it can provide the complementary services such as the aggregation, such as the blended finance, that would facilitate that. In terms of the global discourse, at the UNFCCC, there is a concept of CBDRRC, Common But Differentiated Responsibilities. That sort of acknowledges the fact that globally, historically, it's the developed countries that have been the major polluters on a per capita basis. So therefore, at least on paper, there is an acknowledgement that there should be a differential approach towards decarbonization, with developed countries suppose it, in theory, taking a more accelerated pathway to give more breathing room for developing countries. In practice, of course, that doesn't necessarily materialize. But of course, there should be, developing countries can credibly, claim some additional breathing room, given the fact that developed countries have in the past been the major polluters. However, in practice, of course, it is in all our interests to accelerate decarbonization for a variety of economic reasons as well. In this context, while there can be a variety of interventions, one approach, potentially given this is India's taking on the BRICS presidency, is for countries in the global south to sort of come together. So one potential proposal that we had sort of developed last year and submitted to the UNFCCC was the idea of a global south-focused green bank, an idea of the NGFI, but basically anchored by, let's say, the BRICS countries. So let's say an AIIB or an NDB, where India, China, Brazil have higher representation, teaming up with, let's say, a GIFT IFSC, which is India's International Facing Finance Center, setting up such an institution over there, servicing not just India, but a variety of other developing countries. So that helps address the challenges across potentially the BRICS countries, the global south as a whole as well. And finally, in terms of whether the frameworks in India should be different from their counterparts internationally, well, of course, there may be some requirement for bespoke solutions in the Indian context. Broadly, there should be some mappability or interoperability between global frameworks and Indians, because ultimately what you need is the seamless flow of capital. Because what you don't want to create is frictions in the flow of international capital into India. So from that perspective, while we may have certain frameworks that may be tailored to Indian context, there should be some formula for mapping or interoperability.
It should be aligned to the international frameworks.
Absolutely, to facilitate the flow of capital and not create additional barriers.
Absolutely, not create additional bottlenecks there. Ma'am, I'll come to you. My question about multilateral agencies, funds which have been announced from time to time. In reality, we see only that money perhaps trickle in a little bit here and there.
Because, multilateral banks have already taken a stand in various places. You can see it. I was also advisor to Global Environment Facility. And it's mainly to assist island countries. There are 42 island countries. They think that they will be drowned, and some are going to be very adversely affected. So and then 50% is for adaptation and 50% for mitigation, and 50% for adaptation. In each case, I think that India is expected to take leadership, and if you have a leadership type of a solution, they do respond. Like recently for Surya Ghar, to get women into the renewable energy system, ADB gave $200 million to India. And that is given through NABARD and SBI. And that kind of investments do come in where India can lead it to more affordable solutions. And India has that expectation. In fact, all the other countries do expect India to lead in some of these issues, even in terms of arguing their cases, because sometimes they are not enough, manpower to do that. So so that way, I think the government is taking leadership on this. And climate risks are not just about mitigation, it's also about adaptation. We are talking about cooling solutions. Cooling solution is not just air conditioners, that how many people can, at some time back I had seen about single digit per 1,000 people, 9, 10 in rural areas and 15, 20 in urban areas. Okay, they may have increased by now, but that's not the solution that so people are looking at cool roofs and so on. There are so many businesses being done on the street. They cannot do it anymore because the streets are so inhospitable now. and how to even manage so many public facilities. We are unable to keep our infrastructure going. Our cities are flooding in without any rivers anywhere also.
Right.
So these are the issues that India is facing, and India is practically dealing on its own. But whenever it is able to make a case that it can lead to some global good, then it does happen that India gets it. But they basically say so much percentage has to go to least developed countries, and least development countries are more than just islands. There are many more of them. So, and below certain per capita income and other things. So we are not that much reliant on that, but we can impact them and lead towards the right solutions.
Right.
And India's leadership is expected by the developing countries.
For alignment there.
To argue it out. And our, I mean, China did that. China has brought down cost a lot, but still it's in their system where it's not really a market system, so one doesn't know what actually works and one doesn't. But when India does it, it would have to be in a way that other countries can
emulate
accept
it.
that, and so India's leadership is crucial.
Of course. Varad, would you like to comment on any of? Yes.
maybe just to say that having seen these multilateral institutions now for a long time, and we're all seeing the kind of headwinds multilateralism is facing. So I would not put our hopes on anything from the multilateral forum for the next decade. I think, like many other things, we should also learn from other countries who are trying to solve this problem on our own, right? Like, China has become an EV superpower not by international money. They have invested in it. They have made the right choices, the research infrastructure, the government support, the kind of, frontier funds that the earlier speaker here was talking about.
Yes.
So we need to stay focused for our own self-interest. I think international, especially concessional flows, are not going to go up anytime soon. We have to go in a very focused manner for the ideas like the green DFI, and really fill the gaps that are there for us.
Maybe we'll spend the next few minutes talking about access to capital, because we've spoken about innovation, we've spoken about bottlenecks to capital inflow. Large corporations have easy access to capital, but what about MSMEs? What should be India's strategy to decarbonize MSMEs? Whoever wants to go first.
So I have 2 points. One builds on the idea of the green DFI, because there can be various sort of barriers to small MSMEs accessing capital. There could be their credit worthiness, there could be untested credit history, etc. So to some extent, the types of guarantees that can be provided by a DFI can facilitate some flow of investment, right? But that is initial. What should be more durable is a durable business case for MSMEs to participate. Now, what can be that durable sort of incentive? One is that MSMEs that are part of global supply chains, global supply chains like the likes of Toyota or other car manufacturers or any other supply chains themselves have their own decarbonization targets. So what they expect is that their own suppliers and partners, including MSMEs, also have to embrace decarbonization.
Yes.
So now that opening up opportunities to participate in global supply chains can be the incentive to, to basically push MSMEs in that direction, and complemented by appropriate support through the proposed NGFI where necessary to address specific bottlenecks can give the initial impetus to set the sector in that direction.
Absolutely. Varad, your comments on this? Because, while we push our supply chains, which is essentially in the MSME sector, there's a cost involved in that for MSMEs. And we know that the critical issue facing MSMEs has always been capital.
I think we have to go top down on this one.
Right.
Think of supply chain views, think of large, let's say in the auto industry, right, where there are a lot of MSMEs. If there are mandates, and this is already happening, I suppose, a lot of mandates for the car manufacturers, and then they can percolate down in their supply chains. I think the other thing which, again, has been tried and we should do more is like the access to transition finance for MSMEs, right? So NABARD and SIDBI and others have got now green finance channels, which is being offered to MSMEs for decarbonization. So again, there's an incentive to have, lower interest rate loans, which allow you to invest in decarbonization interventions. There is a lot of low-hanging fruit, by the way, with MSMEs in terms of decarbonization, right? Because there are many interventions which are cost negative. Which can be done anyway, like energy efficiency. And so if we can direct capital focused on decarbonization through institutions like SIDBI and NABARD, focusing on the low-hanging fruit for MSMEs, that itself is a great place to start, and we can get 30, 40, 50% of the way there.
Before I ask my next question, there was a question from the audience. Please go ahead. Identify yourself and please tell us who you want the question to be answered by.
Hi, Varad. This is Ayush Nambiar. I was listening to you very briefly, and I had a very relevant question, considering that you worked with public and private offices on this sustainability and investment topic. Civic sense is at question in India. Convenience is the only innovation. Affordability is the pitch. International standards or global levels of sustainable policies are impractical and illogical for this country. And I'm talking purely on the basis of how they are far more organized and we are in a very unorganized space. How are investors like me or you or the international foreign deposits or however you want to call it, how are we going to adjust and pump money into the sustainability ecosystem of this country?
Bharat?
It's a very broad question. I think my highest level answer would be like, for everything, you have to appeal to people's incentives, right? And so like we said, for commercial investors, we have to make the business case work for them. And that's why I think the whole catalytic capital piece is really important, because there are many spaces where today there is a business case, renewable energy that we've been talking about all afternoon, but there are many other spaces where that's not the case. I think similarly, we have to also appeal to the consumer sentiment in a way that makes sense for us, right? There's a lot of studies that have been done, including by our organization, on what they say as the say-do gap between consumers. That a lot of consumers want to do sustainable choices, but they don't do it because of the price sensitivity and other things. So how do you reduce the green premium to actually enable consumers to make the right choices is the direction in which we need to go to. So I would say at the highest level, those would be two things, but I'd love to see what
Yes, Arjun, please go ahead.
I'll just complement that, because to say that in the places where there is a business case, like renewable energy, the main equity investors have actually been international investors. So we've had sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, private equity funds from the likes of the Middle East, from Canada, from Europe, from Southeast Asia, from Singapore. They have been the actual investors on the equity side on all renewable energy platforms in India. So that's an actual success story. International capital is actually flowing. And like I said, this is despite the fact that the Indian rupee depreciated by about 20% between 2019 and 2025. The FDI actually trebled. In sectors where the business case does not exist, we need other types of interventions, such as blended finance that we've discussed. But there's another option. The international carbon markets under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So India and Japan signed the agreement for cooperation in October last year. This opens up potentially projects by the private sector to be set up in India, jointly by, let's say, an Indian and Japanese company in sectors where the business case does not exist. Let's say green hydrogen or even CCUS. So all these frontier sectors where the business case does not exist can actually benefit from additional revenue streams from carbon credits that can facilitate access to debt capital through superior debt sizing and improved terms of debt. So these types of innovations can facilitate additional flow of international capital in sectors where it's not flowing, and in some sectors it's already flowing. So that is where India has had some success in attracting it.
Perhaps the challenge is to democratize the access to it. And maybe that is a conversation for another panel, because we've completely run out of time. Gentlemen and madam, thank you very much for your time, for taking our time and joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel. Varat Pandey, Jyoti Kirit Parekh, Arjun Dutt, thank you so much for that conversation. We've covered the trillions, we've covered the gigawatts and the policy frameworks. And it is time now for a very short reset. We're going to take a 30-minute break for tea and coffee. Do use this time to network, to challenge the ideas you've heard, and perhaps start some of the collaborations we've been talking about through the afternoon. We will see you back here at 6:20 p.m. sharp as we pivot from the state to the citizen and the choices that we make as the audience question talked about. Enjoy your tea. The hall where the tea is being served is to the right of you, so please walk through the doors and pick up a cup of tea or coffee and snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the audience to take their seats before we begin again. If you can hear me and you happen to be in the next room, do please come back into the hall and take your seats so that we can begin the next set of conversations at India Sustainability Mission 2.0. For those of you still having tea, if I could request you to please make your way back into this hall and grab a seat at the table because it's going to get quite full. We have a union minister joining us in a short while and a quick panel on personal sustainability just before that. So please do take your seats. I request you all to take your seats, please. We're about to start the evening session of India Sustainability Mission 2.0. Right. Welcome back from the break. We hope you enjoyed the tarts, sandwiches, cakes, and tea. Okay, so we've spent the first half of our mission looking at the massive engines of change, the industries, the policies, and the capital, all of which move mountains. But as we pivot into the final leg of our dialogue, we look at the most powerful force of all, culture. A mission this large cannot be a top-down mandate alone. It has to live in our homes, in our schools, and in our daily choices. You heard earlier panels talk about squeezing toothpaste out of the tube, every last ounce of it, and organizing the kabaddi sector, all of that. To explore the human side of this mission, I would like to welcome back on the stage Ambika Singh Kama. She's joined by a panel of leaders who are working at the intersection of environmental science, community action, and industrial responsibility. So please welcome to the stage Mr. Chandrabhushan, CEO, International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology, Ulka Kelkar, Executive Director, Climate Program, WRI India, Anand Shekhar, CEO, WaterAid India, and Ajay Kamble, ESG Head, Lloyd Metals.
Thank you.
Next to you.
somebody who's, okay. We've spent this afternoon talking about gigawatts and trillions of dollars, about policy frameworks and financial architecture. And all of that matters enormously. But what I want to spend this session is on something that can feel harder to quantify: the individual, the citizen, each one of us here. The choices we make every single day that is multiplied by 1.4 billion people either accelerate this transition or quietly undermine it. This is not a session about what governments and corporations must do. It is a session about what we must do and whether sustainability as a way of living can become truly Indian. Joining me in this conversation we have Mr. Chandra Bhushan, CEO, International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology, Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Executive Director, Climate Program, WRI India. Also joining us is Mr. Anand Shekhar, CEO, WaterAid India, and Mr. Ajay Kambal, Sustainability Head, Lloyd Metals. Thank you all so much for joining us in this critical conversation. To begin with, Mr. Bhushan, I would like to start with you as someone who has been India's leading voice when it comes to environmental policy. You've worked extensively on climate, energy, as well as sustainability transitions. Now, India's sustainability mission, the debate has always been mostly on macro targets, right? What the government can do, what corporations can do. What does personal and community level sustainability to you look like from the ground, from your perspective?
Thank you very much. First of all, I think it is, while I will talk about what individuals can do, but I think it is also important to discuss what collectively we can do. Yes. Okay? And I'll give you the example of Delhi last year. In this budget session, the Delhi government has announced some 30,000 crore rupees to combat air pollution, right? That would have not happened if there was not immense public and media pressure to do so. So I think the first job of, or the first responsibility of an individual is to come together collectively and demand what we believe is important. Somehow that movement has reduced in India over the period of time. I came in environment field in 1990s, and I do remember at that point of time, till 90, say, till the later part of 2000, India had thousands of environment movement. You can now count on fingers. We had environment movement to protect forest. We had environment movement to protect wildlife. You know, people used to come together and oppose projects. All those things have vanished. So I think if you really want to see environmental action in India, we will have to revive community action. And community action can only happen when individuals understand the importance of that community action. Individually, you know, I can tell you, pani kam istemal karo, bijli kam istemal karo, renewable lagao, you know, do carpooling. All those are fine. Okay? And we keep talking about it, but does it happen? Okay. It doesn't happen because we do not have, first of all, the infrastructure to make it happen. So for example, we all talk about energy efficient lighting. How many of us talk about water efficient faucet? Do we have standards on water efficient appliances? The answer is no. Okay? So even if suppose I want to be water prudent, I don't have the means to be that other than just closing it for 5 minutes while I am brushing. But that faucet is leaking.
So the infrastructure, the awareness, the availability, accessibility is a gap.
So individual action, I think, is important, but individual action will only become reality if it is supported by the larger infrastructure that is required to make it happen. And of course, you know, we all need to be, you know, conscious of environment. Environment needs to be taught. People needs to be made aware of the environmental problems. All those are fine. But my bigger, you know, message is that individual action will only succeed okay, if the systems allow it to succeed.
I think that's a very valid point taken. Systems need to also, of course, be a part of it. But what you said initially, community action, which of course comes from individuals, but it has to be collectively done. Thank you for that very valid point. Ulka, I would like to come to you here. You know, you have over 20 years of experience in climate change, economics, and outreach. Coming to the same point, how can we make sustainable living, again, both aspirational as well as accessible for each one of us, each and every Indian here?
Right. Thanks so much, Ambika. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
In the last few days,
So you're
we've
putting me
heard
in
so
the
much
spot.
about, about this LPG crisis. Did you pull out your induction stove, or did you start using the microwave where otherwise you would have switched on the gas?
Wherever little bit we could.
Yeah.
Let me put it that way, yeah.
What about the audience? How many of you found yourself using electric cooking more than gas cooking in the last
Because of the
week or
shortage.
two?
How many hands do we have? I think Ulka has a...
Yeah. So individual change does happen, behavioral change does happen, sometimes in response to a crisis, sometimes in response to an incentive, sometimes in response to information and evidence. Many of you must be liking these personality quizzes, right, where they come in magazines and websites. There's one researcher I follow. She's a happiness researcher. Her name is Gretchen Rubin. And she says there are 4 kinds of people. There are obligers, those who will do anything because it helps someone else. You know, mothers will understand that. Then there are upholders who will just follow the rules. They'll not question, they'll follow the rules. You don't need to force them. Then there are questioners who want to know, why should I change? And then there are rebels who always want to break the rules. Whatever evidence or logic you give them, they want to do something opposite. So individual change is also different kinds of change because there are different types of individuals. And I think CB very rightly spoke about how the system or the infrastructure must provide choices to people. But just providing information is not enough. Research and behavioral change has shown that the choice architecture matters. Namely, the way in which you present the choice to somebody makes a difference. The kind of nudge that you give, how convenient you make it for somebody to choose a greener option, or how inconvenient you make it for them to choose a browner option, makes a difference. And the private sector is actually using this. You know, when you get trapped into a gym membership, or when you see a supermarket layout where there are chocolates just while you're waiting to pay the bill.
Right way.
All of this is already very well understood. I think some of us environmentalists just need to learn how to use some of this and encourage people to shift to greener options.
Really interestingly put that, I think point, very valid point again, put that across really well. Thank you for that, Ulka. You know, before, of course, and I am going to come to the part of behavioral nudges and how that can bring about behavior change because that is core. But just for the opening question, Mr. Shekhar, again, I want to talk to you about something which is about hygiene and sanitation. You've led, I mean, you've been with WaterAid, of course, you've been with Niti Aayog, you worked in the sector for a couple of decades. But when we talk about the efforts to integrate sanitation and hygiene into India's development agenda, you've consistently emphasized, I mean, as a nation, we've seen the link between sanitation and dignity. How do you see personal sustainability, whether it's waste segregation, like Mr. Bhushan just said, whether, you know, closing the taps, whether it's water conservation, connecting dignity and equity in Indian households? How do you see that?
Very interesting question. In India, sustainability is not achieved through systems. It is achieved through citizens. And that's where the centrality of behavior change appears. See, the classical Indian model is what is called 4P. A lot of business students here, not your wala 4P. The first P is political will. You know, for things to sustain, there has to be very demonstrated upfront political will. It must be backed by what is called public finances. You know, you can achieve sanitation, hygiene, water, environment at scale. Only the political will is backed by public finances. The third P is about partnerships. And fantastic, you know, you have industry, academia, civil society, government, all coming and discussing sustainability. But the fourth one is very interesting. The fourth P, which is people centricity. In India, we could mobilize 550 million people, take a minute to get that number right, in 5 minutes to change their behaviors. That is the power of community action, community-led action, and all of them resolved to adopt a better practice around defecation. So India is a role model for the world when it comes to promoting sanitation, promoting hygiene, promoting behavior change. And the Indian model is interesting because it moves beyond behavior change. It says, let's have new social norms around citizens' problems. And that's a very powerful model. And you achieve that because if 1.4 billion people take ek kadam swachhata ki or, you make it a Swachh Bharat. So India has learned the art of Jan Andolan, and I think that's the way forward.
So going back to what we actually started, a people's movement, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what I think we'd started the conversation with. Mr. Kamble, coming from the industry perspective, I want to ask you, right? The steel and the metal sector, we know, is one of the hardest, hardest to abate industries, yet it is the backbone of all infrastructure. What is Lloyd Metals doing to reduce its carbon footprint, and what would a credible decarbonization roadmap really look like? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for that question. As you mentioned, not only steel, cement is also there, the fertilizer sector is also there. But nowadays people are majorly talking about steel only. The hard to abate, we say that because of the emissions, the carbon emission that are emitting from this kind of industries. But as you correctly mentioned, it is a backbone of the infrastructure. There is no alternative material for steel and cement at present that you can replace with this kind of material. We can say, so now Steel Ministry, they are planning to ramp up the production capacity of India to 300 million ton by 2030. So there are some visions. So ministry is also working in that kind of policy making stuff where the sustainable steel can be used in the daily life. So from the perspective of large metal, so we are into mining and metal. We are presently in a process of establishing 1.2 million ton steel plant in Maharashtra. And we are also operating the large iron ore mine in Maharashtra. So that is a present 26 million ton, and with our promoter partner Triveni. So the major initiative is green mining. So from the perspective of carbon reduction.
Sure.
So in green mining, what we do, so we presently 100% of primary mining is being done by electric battery operated vehicles. And those are big trucks, not a small LMV type kind of things. And the electric converted equipment that we have converted in-house. So we have established our individual in-house system and the skill development, what we had done for that. So that from the from the mining perspective. Whereas for a transportation, we have established a slurry pipeline. So that how we transport iron ore from our mine to the other manufacturing unit where we produce pellet. So we have eradicated road transport.
Okay.
Where we cannot replace it with the slurry pipeline, we are using this LNG or electric trucks.
Okay.
For the road transportation. In addition to that, we are establishing a BHQ, that is a beneficiation plant. BHQ is a banded hematite quartz, that's technical, but that's a very lean grade of iron ore.
So steps towards transition, like you said, green mining, the way of transportation. So well, thank you for sharing that. Mr. Bhushan, I want to talk to you about Mission Life. The Honorable Prime Minister had initiated it, had launched it. Now, the term, the Pro-Planet People Framework, do you see that bringing real behavior change? You had spoken about behavior change, so had Ulka. What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, I think we must congratulate India, especially the Prime Minister, to talk about lifestyle and environment at an international forum. We have been following climate change discussion for a very long time, and climate change discussion was always about what countries are going to do. A lifestyle for environment brings into focus what individuals can do, and I think that was a unique contribution of India to start discussion at multilateral forum on individual action. So yes, I think lifestyle for environment is the way to go. But I also want to bring you a contradictory aspect. What is the challenge of the world today? The challenge of the world is consumption. Okay? Fundamentally, humans are just consuming too much compared to what Earth can provide sustainably. In fact, I think we are near 2 planets now, or more than 2 planets equivalent of material consumption that we are doing. Now, on one hand, we need to reduce consumption, but look at our economic model. Our economic model is all about increasing consumption. Our colleagues have just said that we need to increase steel. India is planning to increase steel consumption to 3 million tons. I'm not arguing that India need not, because large majority of Indians don't have even the basic requirement. So as a country, India will increase, but India is not one India. There is an India which is just consuming too much, and there is an India which is consuming just too little. And that balance will have to come. But again, fundamentally, there is a contradiction in human society and human economic system and environment. Economically, we want to keep growing. Okay? Environmentally, that is not sustainable. Okay? So while lifestyle for environment is something that we need to keep talking about and encouraging people individually to do things, but again, I'll come back to this. If we do not change this contradiction, okay, we will not be able to make significant difference. Okay? And I'll give you an example. Europe, youngsters are not buying car. Many of the European countries, youngsters are not buying car. And the reason is very simple. They have option to either hire car or move to public transport or to walk or to cycle. What is the aspiration of a youngster in India? As soon as you get a job, you want to buy a car.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that you're
Because that option is not available. Okay. So, unless we look at the contradiction that exists in our economic system, and what as a system we can do to solve it, we'll not be able to move ahead.
I think, again, that makes us all think of what you exactly said. And Ulka, my next question to you is taking from what Mr. Bhushan said, right? Being mindful about what we buy. Do we really need it? What our options are? Now, climate science pinpoints emissions by lifestyle as well as income. Exactly what Mr. Bhushan said. Also, WRI's research shows that the urban upper middle class lifestyles have really outsized footprints. Which areas, in all the work which you all have done, the research, is it transport, travel, diet, housing, what according to you is the most critical to address at this point, and how do we try and help people understand to know what is needed to differentiate between need and want?
A wonderfully, profoundly expressed question. I can only give 2 or 3 examples, so I don't have a comprehensive sort of framework or anything. But one example I'll give is air travel. It's really a very significant source of emissions coming from a very small number of people. Almost 90% of people in the world have never stepped onto a plane, but it is 2.5% of global emissions. So if you are a company, see if you are your employees actually need to travel that much. I won't tell you not to go for a holiday or a honeymoon, but see if your work travel can be reduced. The second one I'll talk about is walking. So CB rightly spoke about going car-free, and research has shown that one person going car-free is like 77 people doing composting. So women do a lot of this, dealing with the wet waste and, putting the sawdust and the worms. It's messy, time-consuming work. But 77 women, I would say composting equals one man choosing to go car-free. So think about that. What's interesting is that if you look at the top 20 emitters in the world, the top 20 countries, only 5 of these 20 countries have walking as a policy in their NDCs, their nationally determined contribution, which is their commitment under the UNFCCC. So there's a missed opportunity over here, especially from the developed countries. And the third thing I will talk about is what I started with, which is cooking. We did this because there was a short-term crisis, but the Niti Aayog's recent net zero report talks about addressing all of these challenges together that CB spoke about. How do you become Viksit Bharat? How do you become energy secure? And how do you become net zero? And one of the things that they point out too is that cooking has to become 70% electric by 2070. And they say this is a conservative estimate. And electricity for that cooking has to become 100% non-fossil by 2070. So maybe what we are seeing right now is actually the start of a long-term transition. Cooking is something which is maybe not in the top kind of issues, but it is something that affects our life and in which all of us can play a role. So let me just leave it there, just pointing out that there's breaking news that India submitted its NDC update, like literally it was cleared by the cabinet just an hour ago, so please do look it up. I think as with everything, the international commitment is sometimes a little careful and conservative, and the domestic plans are actually much more ambitious, but do check it out.
Absolutely. And in fact, that now I figured out why you asked that first question. The opening question was that how many of you are actually using induction or electric because of the numbers what are required, where we need to reach. Mr. Shekhar, just coming to behavior change, right? We've had two important aspects from Mr. Bhushan and Ulka. When we look at campaigns, like the biggest which you said, the sanitation campaign, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which was launched again by our Prime Minister in 2014, they've had mixed results, right? Millions of toilets were built, but how many were used? How do we really ensure behavior change? Also, water supply and maintenance for lasting impact. And again, linking that to sustainability, going back to the basics.
Yeah. Thank you very much again. But, before some of the young minds get confused, I just want to make half a comment on what was spoken earlier.
Sure.
You see, there are several countries' claims where development and environment go hand in hand. Several countries have maintained this balance, and we can do it as well. The mantra is circularity. If you reduce, if you recycle, if you reuse, the whole balance changes. So it's not that countries have not been able to protect environment while also seeing rapid progress. A bit of behavior change there helps very much. Imagine all of us recycling 10 liters of water. Everyone gets around 55 liters per capita per day. It's 1 trillion liters of water that India can save. So it's possible. Coming to that question on campaigns, let me agree that campaigns have their limitations. What is sticky when it comes to behavior change is culture. Communications always start gasping after some time. But if you're creating new social norms around a problem, if you create a culture around an issue, it sustains. And Swachh Bharat Mission did a great job of not declaring victory once everybody had a toilet. So they said, we will do a phase 2. And they're supporting communities, panchayats, citizens to manage their solid and liquid waste effectively. There were 600,000 people as Swachhagrahis who were doing this campaign. Of course, interests fade, but because of Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2, I'm very confident that this culture of using toilets, culture of safely disposing the solid and liquid waste, the culture of menstrual hygiene management in our villages will improve. My last point is, India is committed towards strengthening the base of the pyramid. So one evidence and one number. So 16th Finance Commission has allocated near to 8 lakh crores for our local bodies. This is unprecedented. So there is money, and a lot of it can be used for purposes of decentralized operation and maintenance. A lot of it can be used for creative ways of keeping community engaged in the business and also reinforcing behavior change. So we have that frame which would enable moving from campaigns to culture.
Great. Thank you for explaining. I just want to move a little towards the policy. We've spoken about individuals, and I'll start with you, Mr. Kamble. When we talk about green steel, it obviously requires green hydrogen or electric arc furnaces. Now, neither is really cost competitive in our country, unfortunately. What policy support is needed to bridge this gap? And I'm starting from the policy perspective from you, and of course, then I'll move on to the other panelists.
Okay. So from hydrogen point of perspective, yes, it is presently not visible. It will become feasible if the cost comes down below $2 or $2.5. And presently it is hovering around $5 to $6. from electric arc furnace, it is largely depend on availability of scrap. India, sir, if you mention circularity, so in terms of steel, the lifespan is around 40-50 years. If you see 40-50 years ago, India was consuming around 16-17 million ton. And now we are talking about 300 million ton. So scrap availability is a major concern. And from the electricity point of perspective, the open access competitiveness, price of renewable energy through open access, and the TOD, the rates of, there are different time of zone in a day where the rate fluctuates. So availability of those kind of thing and the linkage with the battery storage. So this is the major requirement for producing the green steel. So from the policy point of perspective, you see first is a viability, VGF,
Sure.
the gap funding. There has to be some gap funding in this. The second aspect I covered, the renewable energy source, the open access thing. Third is a policy. So when any new technology is being adapted by a company, there has to be a faster depreciation linked to it. And the capital benefit to the capital investment or the subsidies to capital investment, it has to be there. So these are the basic things related to policy requirement.
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Bhushan, you know, when we're talking about personal responsibility, like when it's corporations and governments, they emphasize personal responsibility. Does it really empower the individuals or does it deflect accountability from industry? Your thoughts on that?
I think the answer is yes and no. You know, but before that, I think it is important to differentiate between the cultural aspect of individual action, because I think that was missing in our discussion. See, sanitation, hygiene, waste management is very much related to cultural aspect, okay? Which is something that Swachh Bharat Mission has tried to do. In some areas, very successfully. I have seen districts where they have really worked, even segregation of waste in cities. And in some areas, it has not. Now, that is precisely cultural change with not much intrinsic economic impact. Okay? So individual decision is, there's part of individual decision which has economic angle. There's part of individual action which is more or less, everything is economic, but very little economic impact. Whether you're using toilet or not, whether you are managing your waste or not, whether there's a menstrual hygiene or not, okay? You know, for example, one of the big campaign in UP today is that you don't only need toilet, you need bathing space for women, okay? Which is a big issue. Now, so I think cultural aspect in India is required from personal hygiene, waste management, those aspects. As far as economic questions are there, while individual action will work for people who are motivated, who are inspired, they will do it. As a population, we will need economic answer for them to move, okay? That point I wanted to say. Now, the question on whether government is deflecting its own responsibility, corporation is deflected its own responsibility. I remember a Greek philosopher, I know many of you will know the name, Epicurus, okay? He is a philosopher for fun and, enjoyment. And he was born in Turkey, and he used to go to the cities with a banner saying, consumption will make your life hell. That is what he used to do 2,000 years back, okay? So he used to go with the banner, and now, will a corporation do that? Will a corporation in India sustain saying, do not consume much?
Can they afford doing that?
Can they afford to do that? Okay? So while, a corporation can say that, fine, I'll do rainwater harvesting, I will clean my technology, I will have solar energy. So I think there is a limitation in the current economic system in terms of what corporation can do. They can invest in education, there is CSR. There are good work that is happening. I'm not denying that. But fundamentally, can a corporation become an Epicurus? The answer is no. Okay? You cannot go around saying don't consume much. Okay? But ultimately, 20 years down the line, consumption will become the most important topic. It is not only about climate change. All our discussion ultimately come down to energy and GHG emission and climate. That is just one part of the problem. Of the Earth fundamental cycle of, I think, 7 or 8 cycles, we have already breached 5 cycles. We have breached nitrogen cycle. We have breached phosphorus cycle. Ozone we are trying to solve now. Okay? Carbon cycle is a crisis. So in Earth system, Earth has a system cycles. There are multiple challenges that we have to deal with. And unless and until we discuss consumption, that is not going to be solved.
So that is, again, going back to what you'd said initially, which left us all with thinking something very strong, right? Consumption again, mindful buying.
And one of the quickest thing I can see, which is, fast fashion, for example.
Fast fashion, yeah.
Think about how a whole industry has evolved in front of our eyes in last 15 years, 20 years, where they are now giving you 4 T-shirts at the cost of 1, which used to be, okay? And think about the amount of clothing and apparels people have today compared to what their parents had, leave their great-grandparents, okay? So the economy is evolving in a way which is now becoming very detrimental to individual responsibility.
Individual responsibility and the environment. Are we thinking that where are those, when we talk about fast fashion, where are the clothes going once we discard it, right? Yeah. Does that also makes us, each one of us think, the youngsters here, the youth here, do we think what happens to the clothes once it's discarded out of our homes, right? Because they were cheap. Like you said, with the price of 1, we're getting 4, ek ke saath 3 free hai, right? that mentality which we have. Well, Mr. Shekhar, yeah, I think, again, a very valid point. Again, and I think for awakening each one of us, again, going back to the same question, mindful buying, mindful thinking on what we need versus want. Mr. Shekhar, you, with Niti Aayog, of course, when we talk about Viksit Bharat and not 2047, again, it's a long way to go. You work closely with aspirational districts. Coming back to, of course, not just sanitation, but how can individuals and communities take ownership really without waiting for systematic change?
I think the central message for programs, interventions, initiatives to succeed is not pitch them as service delivery. Tell them that it is about ease of living, ease of being, and ease of earning. We need to completely change the tonality of the discourse. The moment you present it as a service, people feel there are duty bearers who need to provide us. Rightly, sanitation is government's business. Why I should do that? But if we position a subject as something, for example, fresh air, clean air, that's central to ease of being. If you don't breathe clean air, you're gone. If we don't have water, sanitation in PHCs, Anganwadis, the newest citizen that is coming to the world won't get the best advancement, best chances of survival, best chances of growth, because right on their day 1, they may get sick. The mother may get sick. Similarly, if we are not able to remove drudgery from lives of women who used to walk several kilometers to fetch water, or were prisoners of daylight, they had to wait for the sun to go, for them to go out and defecate, unless you present them as something which will contribute to ease of living. You get convenience, you get dignity, you get time to do things that you want to do in life. And also, which will promote ease of earning. See, a mother which is not taking care of a sick child on account of diarrhea or anything can go for work.
Yeah, it's directly related to the economics, right?
So ease of earning. So we have, the whole positioning of some of these central things need to dramatically change. It is no more services. If you want to put citizens at the center, and that's the model for Viksit Bharat, it's about how are we positioning programs, initiatives, interventions as something that contributes to ease of being, ease of living, ease of earning, and then only citizens will own planning, implementation, and take full responsibility of its operation and maintenance.
Very well put. Ease of living, I think that's again something very important. And it all ties back to the basics, right? When we say dignity, when we say something as basic as, like you said, going, early morning, if a lady has to go to get to the toilet to defecate, or even water. So that's the basic, which of course is very, very important for the dignity and health and economics. So it all really ties back very well, and it's proven, right? That's the whole reason when we talk about Swachh Bharat 2.0 as well.
If you give me 10 seconds, I also want to add one thing to say. Let's make some of these things very, very aspirational. You see, currently, there is no pride in having a toilet or managing your waste well. The society need to put a lot of pride, a lot of aspiration around these issues, which are central to, again, all these three: ease of being, ease of living, and ease of earning. We are not making it aspirational so far. So
taking from what you said, Mr. Shekhar, I'm going to ask you, he's used the term aspirational, so I'm going to put you on the spot. What role do you see, do you see for local governments in making sustainable living aspirational? And I'm going to add to what Mr. Shekhar said, as well as accessible.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I was doing some field work once in a town which is just outside Bangalore. So I live in Bangalore, and if you head on the highway to Mysore, you see these hills where Sholay, the movie, was shot. So this is a town called Ramnagar, and I was doing field work there because somehow people from where I come from, they like hot water for their bath. So every house will have a hot water boiler, and what they use in it is coconut husks. That's the fuel. So it's clean energy. It is traditional biomass. And now the aspiration, as people move from the more rural and peri-urban areas to the city, and they want to have a pakka house, a nice modern house, they don't want it dirtied with the coconut husks and, you literally have to have a roof full of coconut husks for your boiler. So instead, it's quite interesting. They all have rooftop solar water heaters. And this was, of course, supported by the government's policy. There were a lot of vendors locally, and there was a demand for it. But in a way, the aspiration is something to a modern life, and the clean energy part dovetails into it. Another example I'll give of aspiration, it can be created. So the Government of India's Ministry of Panchayati Raj has started giving these awards for the best carbon-neutral panchayat. And it's quite interesting when you find out what these carbon-neutral panchayats are doing. They're doing so many things. They're putting solar, they're doing waste management, they're planting trees, and they've been doing this almost for 15, 20 years. But I'll give you one example of the accessible. There is one village called Meenangadi in Kerala, which was the first to do a kind of carbon footprint, a carbon accounting. And they said, this is what our emissions are, this is all the things we will do to reduce emissions. But they did one interesting thing. They said, every tree that you protect, you can take a loan against it. Like, they actually entered into an agreement with the finance department and the bank, and they called it a tree banking. So if you don't have collateral, like you don't have, gold, gehne nahi hai girvi rakhne ke liye, you don't have land, but you're protecting a tree, that tree has some financial value and you can take a loan against it. So there are many innovative things that can be done.
And what an innovative, unique way to do it, right? You protect your environment, you get a loan. You don't feel the need of, like you said, jewelry nahi hai, ya land nahi hai. You go back to the basics. What an interesting way. But I think at this point, since you all have made each one of us, and thank you all for that, to think so much about whether it's our consumption or what we could do. And this whole conversation is about, as individuals, what we can do. How can we bring a difference? Before I come back to the next set of questions, I just want to open the questions. We already see a hand up, yes. I mean, the question, of course, you can ask the panelists, and it'll be great if some youngsters, if y'all would want to share how you can be a part of course, the India Sustainability Mission 2.0, how y'all would want to really bring about a change with sustainability. So I think the first gentleman would like to ask, please ask your question or share your thoughts on sustainability.
Okay, so आप सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम सावन कनौजिया है. मैं क्रांति भूमि मेरठ से हूँ और सर जो आनंद सर बैठे हुए हैं मैं आपसे रिलेट कर पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि आई एम द नेशनल वाटर हीरो अवार्डी ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति 2021। ऑल्सो हम लोग 22 अप्रैल को जो वर्ल्ड अर्थ डे मनाते हैं, जिसने वो शुरू किया था अर्थ डे नेटवर्क ने, मैं उसका एशिया का अर्थ डे हीरो अवार्डी भी हूँ 2022 का। सो आई एम द फाउंडर ऑफ एनवायरमेंट क्लब। या थैंक यू सो मच गाइज। ओके, सो हमारा जो एनवायरमेंट क्लब है, मैं फाउंडर एनवायरमेंट क्लब का हूँ। सो ये कहानी मेरी जो है एनवायरमेंट क्लब के 9th क्लास में शुरू हो गई थी। हम सब ने पढ़ा है कि वाटर इज़ द बायोटिक कंपोनेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंट। तो जब मैंने देखा ना कि मेरे क्लासमेट्स, मेरे सीनियर्स जो हैं वो बॉटल को फिल करने के बाद नल बंद नहीं कर रहे हैं, वहाँ से मुझे आइडिया स्ट्राइक हो गया यार कुछ करना चाहिए। प्रिंसिपल ने बोला कि स्पीच दो असेंबली में आके। मैंने स्पीच दी और जो बच्चे नल को बंद नहीं करते थे वो मेरे पास आके बोलने लगे कि यार थैंक यू, तूने हमारी आंखें खोल दी। सो दैट डे आई रियलाइज कि ना मैं स्टेज पर जाता, ना बोलता, ना उनकी आंखें खुलती। देन प्रिंसिपल सेड कि भाई स्कूल बने हुए 35 साल हो गए हैं लेकिन कुछ एनवायरनमेंट पर काम नहीं हुआ, कुछ काम करो एनवायरनमेंट पर। सो सम ऑफ टीममेट्स आर सिटिंग ओवर हियर। लक्ष्य हैं, प्रतीक हैं, और प्रतीक कहाँ है? वेयर इज प्रतीक? लाइक मैम वो को फाउंडर है हमारे एनवायरनमेंट क्लब का। सो वी आर 5th, हम लोग दोस्त 5वीं क्लास से हैं। सो जब 9th क्लास में मैंने देखा कि प्रिंसिपल अप्रिशिएट कर रहा है, सो आई आस्क्ड हिम कि सर मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ। सर ने बोला कि अच्छे ओरेटर हो हिंदी के, कुछ स्पीच दो हिंदी में। मैंने कहा ओके। सो मैंने स्पीच वगैरह दी, चीज़ें हो गई। सर ने बोला कि कुछ अलग करो। मैंने कहा ओके सर। उस समय पर रणबीर कपूर कटरीना की एक मूवी आई थी अजब प्रेम की गजब कहानी, अगर आप लोगों ने देखी हो तो। उसमें एक ना हैप्पी क्लब था दोस्तों का, वहाँ से ये कहानी स्टार्ट हुई। एंड आई कॉन्टैक्टेड माई बेस्ट फ्रेंड प्रतीक हु इज रिकॉर्डिंग मी राइट नाउ। सो इसने मुझे बोला कि भाई मैं तेरे साथ हूँ, जो करना है वो कर ले तू। सो देन वी फॉर्म्ड अ क्लब एंड बिकॉज वी हैव टू वर्क ऑन एनवायरमेंट वी नेम्ड इट एनवायरमेंट क्लब। सो
वेल, थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग योर जर्नी। बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
जस्ट अ क्विक क्वेश्चन।
क्विक क्वेश्चन आफ्टर दिस। ओके, क्विकली।
सो या आनंद सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे है। हमारा ना एक कैंपेन भी है जिसमें हम लोगों से ये अपील करते हैं कि जैसे गर्मियाँ पे आगे आ रही हैं, कभी कभार ना हमें प्यास आधे ग्लास की होती है बट मुंह पर चढ़ा हुआ है कि नहीं 1 ग्लास पानी लेके आओ। सो वी हैव लॉन्च्ड अ कैंपेन विच इज़ आधा ग्लास काफ़ी है। सो इसमें हम लोगों से ये अपील करते हैं कि भाई जितना ग्लास में पानी है ना जितनी प्यास है उतना ही पानी लो। मेरा क्विक क्वेश्चन वही कमिंग टू यू, वही यही है कि सर ये जो हैबिट्स हैं ये कैसे लाई जाएं अपने अंदर, क्योंकि हम ये जानते हैं कि आरओ का वेस्ट वाटर एक्चुअली उतना वेस्ट नहीं है, इट कैन बी यूज इन गार्डनिंग एंड ऑल, लेकिन तब भी लोग बहा रहे हैं। हमें ये पता है कि हमारे आसपास पानी कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है बट फिर भी लोग बहाते हैं। सरकार ना जागती तो अमृत सरोवर ना खुदते देश के अंदर। कैसे हम माइंडफुल हैबिट्स को देश में लेके आएं ताकि आप और हम युवा मिलकर एक समृद्ध और ये कहते हैं ना वाटर समृद्ध भारत बना सकें।
सर्वप्रथम आपको बहुत बधाई, आपने बहुत अच्छा कार्य किया है। इस पे अब बहुत ज़्यादा अनुभव है, बॉडी ऑफ साइंस है जो बताती है कि व्यवहार कैसे निर्माण किए जाते हैं एंड हाउ डू यू रीइंफोर्स बिहेवियर्स इन सोसाइटी। आप मुझे बताएं ऐसा कौन व्यक्ति है जो कितनी भी हड़बड़ी में हो वो जूता पहन के मंदिर में चला जाता है? नहीं है, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा बिहेवियर है जिसे समाज अप्रिशिएट नहीं करता है। तो व्यवहार निर्माण में समाज का रीइंफोर्समेंट, समाज का अप्रिसिएशन, समाज का रिप्रिमैंड बहुत काम करता है। तो अगर हम सब मिल करके ऐसे व्यवहारों को प्रोत्साहित करें, समाज नए नॉर्म्स निर्मित करे, ये किए जा सकते हैं।
सर मेरा एक्चुअली वही कहना है कि जब मंदिर में घंटा देख के हाथ उठ सकता है, सो बहता हुआ नल देख के बंद हाथ नहीं क्यों नहीं आगे आता?
क्योंकि वहां पर बहुत वैल्यू हम अटैच किए हुए हैं।
Yes.
कि घंटा बजाए, मन की शांति, ईश्वर से कनेक्शन हो गया, पानी बह रहा है।
सो दैट हैबिट चेंज को लाना जरूरी है और अवेयरनेस होगा। और जैसे आप बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट, फॉर शेयरिंग योर वर्क एंड इंस्पायरिंग सो मेनी अदर यंगस्टर्स हियर। थैंक यू एंड कंटिन्यू डूइंग दैट। कैन वी हैव द माइक शो?
Hi, I'm Ramneek from Habitat India. Our work is primarily on clean technologies, helping startups grow and scale in this critical domain. So my question is about corporate citizenry. So corporate citizenry, going beyond CSR, how is it that individual action within corporates can be leveraged? Because corporates are huge, they have scale, they have resources, and a single corporate would have thousands of employees, and the multiplier ecosystem is huge. So my question is to you, ma'am, because I think as part of WRI, you would have interacted over a period of time. So how is it that we get corporates to participate and lead this transition?
I think there's a role for the government to have certain laws that corporates have to follow. Compliance with legal framework is, I think, first required. The second is there's certain voluntary commitments. There are targets and kind of platforms that corporates do sign up to. I must confess that sometimes there is a backlash and a rollback of the commitments. When the going gets tough, the commitments are sometimes, a little bit forgotten. But it's very important to have that peer pressure for all corporates to stick to their commitments. And not just feel-good PR commitments, but science-based commitments. And the third thing is, I think, in addition to corporate social responsibility and your commitment to the community that lives near your project, your units or your plants, I think it's important also to handhold and support the micro, small, and medium enterprises, the vendors, the suppliers that are in your supply chain. Corporates often take on commitments that are limited to what is called Scope 1 and Scope 2, that is the things that are in their control, their electricity use, their transport fleet, but they often don't support the supply chain. And I think that is where there's a tremendous amount of scope, not only to reduce energy use, to reduce emissions, to save money, but also to improve the quality of life and productivity of the workers in these MSMEs. So I think there's a role for a lot of different kinds of actions. I think this is somewhere where I think leaders like you, if you champion these causes, just like everybody heard in your school and your college, I think in your corporate community also people will hear from champions like yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add one more thing about that. So corporates should come out of mindset that meeting this 2-3% CSR obligation spending is enough.
Yeah.
So it is not like that. So what our operating process is that we first get the social license to operate. We don't directly go into project stage because mainstreaming this local community in your business activities is very essential. You cannot move forward your project without involving them. Absolutely. And your success rate is highly dependent on them. So we are doing exactly the similar thing in our Gadchiroli project. So many of our employees, our workers, almost more than 80% are local employees. They have started as a sweeper and now they are operating the heavy excavators or the mining trucks now. So skill development is must. Without that, you cannot achieve this. Then, like Sir mentioned, the sanitation thing, because that's a very remote place. True. So providing basic medical things.
The basics need to be provided. And I think what you rightly said, not just keeping that 2 or 3%, which needs to be done, much more beyond, which you actually want to do, and each and everybody should be a part of it. Just moving on, do any of the youngsters here, we have such bright, young, vibrant youth sitting here, anything y'all would want to share ki aap kya karna chahenge to be a part of India's sustainability mission and initiative by NDTV? This is 2.0. So what would y'all want to do as an individual to really bring about a difference?
Okay, good evening everyone. My name is Divyesh Kumar and I am from Hansraj College representing Haritma, the environmental club of Hansraj College. So sharing my background, I came from an agricultural background. My father is a farmer. I have been in the fields with my farmer. So I have been watching my mother from since my childhood. So there is a basic habit that I have learned from my mother, that even if you can save 1 glass of water, you should. While in doing anything, if you can save anything, if you can live a sustainable life, you should live that. And you should not think what one person can bring the change, because change always starts from one person. If you are the person that you can change yourself, then you can change the world. You have that power. So start changing yourself and the world will change itself. So that's my mother had taught me, and I would like to address all of here present. And I would like to one question from Alka ma'am, that considering the socio and economic landscape of India, what one advice that you would like to give the Gen Z? Because we are the youth, we are the future of India, we are the future of world, we will be building our homes, we will be building our families. So which one advice you would like to give us so that we can live a sustainable life and we can inspire the future generation of India? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ulka.
I have a Gen Z daughter, so I would not dare to give advice to Gen Z.
Before she says, what advice were you giving for me?
I think you people are much more aware and much more confident. And I think we should be taking ideas from you. I think a lot of the cultural changes you are only bringing So I don't have any advice for Gen Z.
But well, thank you. Well, I think like she's scared as a mom.
I think CB spoke or someone spoke earlier about clothing and all of that, right? So things like clothing reuse models, business models are coming up from actually Gen Z startups and innovators. Same with circular economy. There's a lot of value now in waste. You spoke about steel scrap. There's also battery waste. I think there are a lot of young entrepreneurs who are really walking the talk and not just changing behavior through a kind of philosophical way, but also making it a business that, an innovative business model that actually creates value and pays back for itself.
And like he rightly himself shared, right? Like he's learned from his mother. So a round of applause to actually believe in that one person can bring about a change. Thank you for sharing your journey. Would anybody else like to share their journey and what they're, please, can we have the mic? Yes. Your good name?
Good evening to everybody. My name is Rishabh Malhotra, and I am from the law background, and currently I am the intern at Justice Karol. What I would like to suggest is that there is an aspect which is left untouched. I would like to share an insight, not a question exactly, that in order to ensure that merely these laws and these rules that we have to form and ensure that the companies follow them, we need to have a safeguard that is law. And for that aspect, it is very essential that we formulate laws that ensure that no such violations takes place. Because what has been in my personal experiences that after the case of MC Mehta, there have been very less developments in environmental law, in the laws for sustainability, and it is very essential. And considering that I am from the fraternity of law, I would contribute highly to environmental laws and sustainability.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Mr. Bhushan, would you like your thoughts on this?
First of all, legal, jurisprudence is a very important aspect of driving environmental action. I very strongly believe that India has just too many laws. We don't have too little laws. If you put environmental laws, we have environmental. We have our first environmental law. If I leave the Smoke Act of Bombay, which came in 1950, from 1970, we have just finished 50 years of environmental jurisprudence in this country. Okay, with Wildlife Act. Okay. We have just too many laws. Our enforcement is very poor. But I very strongly believe that people say that India has very strong law and very poor enforcement. I think the law is bad, therefore enforcement is bad. Okay? So fundamentally, we have to look at what kind of law will work in India. And we have, most of our law, we have imported from the Western world, which is called as command and control, danda chalane wala. This is what our law is. And it has not worked. In fact, Ulka talked about MSME sector.
Yeah.
India has about 3 million factories. If you look at the total basket of industries we have, out of that, it is only about a couple of thousand who can say that they are meeting all the existing law. So I think you're right. We need change in law, not bring too many laws, but how do we reform the existing law to make it work? That is what is the requirement right now.
And to make sure that people follow it. I mean, it's enforced the
and
right way.
I also have a very strong opinion. Can judiciary drive environmental action? Okay. You can look at he talked about MC Mehta case. That case has been in Supreme Court for 30 years on air pollution, or Mali Ganga case. Judiciary can only drive and make things happen if there is executive to support it.
True.
Okay? Alone, judiciary cannot make a dent, and we have seen with the history of environmental case in this country.
Well, I think that answers your question pretty well, or at least gives you a perspective. Before I get back and ask you all closing remarks, I would request one of the girls to come and share something about, can we have the mic to this young lady? Okay, so we have two girls, and then those are going to be the last two questions, please. Or you could share what you would want to do for sustainability, even better.
So myself, Yukti, and I'm a botany student at University of Delhi.
I'm also the president of Panchtatva, that is the Environment Society of Hindu College. So first, I think that India is just underutilizing its potential, what it has for generating the natural energy, the renewable energy, especially the green gas or any, if I talk with the perspective of plants, we have various options of generating the biofuel, biogas, not only from the trees or anything. We can also use alga. It's very easy to generate them, to establish the bioreactors, and we will have plenty of alga, and then they can be used in various ways, for generating energy, even for the carbon sequestration, because it has a very high potential of carbon sequestration. So do you think that India should focus on these sectors also, because there are various startups and companies which are focusing on this way, but I don't think that it's making a big change.
So I think that's a valid question. Would any of you like to take that? That are we underutilizing, whether it's using the right way, Ulka or CB, or any of you would like to take that question? I mean, she's mostly about the trees and algae and from that perspective. Since she's a botany student, right? So she's got it right.
I'll answer your question a little bit differently. I think there is, imagine if you as a botany student were to collaborate with an engineer, right, and come up with what is called an agri-photovoltaic plant. So you have renewable energy, but it does not displace agriculture. Instead, you have coexistence of, it could be vegetable farming, it could be pastoral crops for sheep grazing, and you have renewable energy also on top. So I think there is a lot of potential that India is already using, but there are sort of investment constraints, there are investment limitations. But I think we need innovative models like this, where the kinds of disciplinary expertise that you bring from the ecology side can really inform and ensure that the energy transition or the technological shifts that are going to happen are also good for nature. Not only for the carbon and climate that we've been talking about, but also for nature, biodiversity, and the livelihoods of those who depend on natural resources. I think there's just a tremendous amount of potential.
Well, Jyoti, I hope that's answered your question. Thank you, Ulka. Last question from this lady who's here right in front. Can we please have the mic? So is that going to be a question, or are you going to share a pledge or something for what you would do for both? Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Shreya Hiremat. I'm from the final year BTech in Energy Science and Engineering Department of IIT Delhi. So from the last 1.5 years, I've been working on the project which is waste to energy prediction for India and separately for the states. So I think the biggest problem that I've identified is that, and also the waste to energy plants that already exist in India, that they get the weight kind of waste. So, which has a very low calorific value. So, it raises the concern about the problem that we face in the segregation of waste. So, looking towards we just dump 11,000, around 11,000 tons of waste in the Ghazipur Hill in Delhi. So, until we achieve that proper segregation of waste of wet and dry, so we won't be able to generate the energy potential from it. So it has a huge petajoules of orders of potential to generate. And so my question to you, sir, how can we do a policy shift to achieve that segregation? And from this platform of NDTV, I would like to convey a message to everybody, not only the people sitting here, but everybody watching this, that every individual contribution at the household matters. How we segregate dry and wet waste, it will contribute to it. So, so the question is, how policy changes we can make to achieve that segregation and convert the waste to energy? Thank you.
Very good question. It is our behavior which is now the biggest infrastructure that is supporting at least issues around water, sanitation, hygiene, waste management. While there are several programs, and the most relatable to your question is about Gobar Dhan. See, India has 3 Dhan. Jan Dhan, Van Dhan, Gobar Dhan. So Jan Dhan is everyone gets a bank account. Van Dhan is our forests, that. And Gobar Dhan is about managing our wastes very well. So SHGs, youth groups, gram panchayats, businesses, they all are being supported through a scheme which is called Gobar Dhan. Government of India has a fantastic portal. You can go apply, become part of this movement. But what you are saying at the household level is most critical to me.
True.
Of the total waste that is generated, 38% is food waste. If we arrest that, 1/3 of the problem is gone. A lot of waste in India, at least in the rural areas, is gobar, cow dung. If we are able to convert them to manure, you are doing waste to energy. The whole idea is, can waste generate wealth? Kya kachade se kanchan ho sakta hai? So that's the ambition. So there are several examples where, there's food waste and gobar, the cow dung. This is being nicely managed, recycled, and many cities now have cow dung-based, PNG, CNG centers, where auto walas come and get their gas, etc. So we are doing that. To achieve scale, Gobar Dhan is the medium. But, my preference always is reduce. If you can reduce your food waste, which is 38%, will be very good.
Well, thank you for answering that. Well, thank you all so much.
That the most important thing at household level comes to our food habits. Like we, in entire India, we have the wet food habits like curries and dal, etc. So if everybody, every individual separates that waste after eating meal, the curries separate and then the waste, whatever, plastic waste separately. So it will add up to more meaningful contribution to this. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much. I think a big round of applause for all the youngsters sitting here. Sorry, we're running a little short of time. But if we have time, I'll come back to you. Closing remarks, I think, from where we started, and I'll start with you, Mr. Kamble. Thoughts on what we've spoken. We've heard the kind of questions, how interactive the questions the youth have, how involved they are in actually bringing about and making a difference, because at the end of the day, it affects each one of us and more to the future generation.
Correct. So my closing remark would be, technology enables sustainability, but people drives it. So behavioral change is must. Okay. So you cannot move forward and say you are sustainable without behavioral change.
So technology and behavior change, those are the two most important points. Ulka?
My closing remarks is watch out for hidden risks and watch out for hidden opportunities. Hidden risk, for example, I think everybody knows that all the AI that we are using very casually now has a lot of energy behind it, has a lot of water usage behind it, and companies are looking at getting that energy from renewable sources. They're also thinking about nuclear. If that can be done safely, that's also an option that companies are considering. But there is a hidden cost of the convenience that will come. There are also hidden opportunities, like all of the waste that we spoke about. It will have value. It can create livelihoods. It can create circular economy-based livelihoods in rural areas, particularly in regions which don't have other opportunities, may not have a very diversified economy. So hidden risks, hidden opportunities, hidden costs. I think that's my message.
So hidden is the word with Mr. Bhushan.
3 levels of recommendation. First is cultural and aspirational. What we are talking about, waste segregation, for example, it should become like brushing our teeth. In the morning we get up, we brush hopefully all of us. Waste segregation will only happen if it becomes a cultural norm. Many countries in the world, and that's where I'll agree with Mr. Shekhar, that some of the cultural changes has happened in the world in areas of waste management because of aspiration and as well as shaming. In Japan, for example, if you are giving mixed waste, the waste collector will not pick up your waste. In fact, such a thing also happened, for example, in some of our cities. where the waste collector just refused to pick up mixed waste. So one is cultural and making some of these practice aspirational. Second is economic incentive and disincentive. I don't think that in many things that we are talking about of individual responsibility will happen without having incentive and disincentive from economic perspective. And last I will come, we need law. There's a lawyer who raised that question. We need system and infrastructure which will support individual action. There are only till certain limit where individual action can do, but if we are thinking about large individual action, then we need systems to support that.
You know I did say closing remark, but since you've used the term individual action, I want to just ask you quickly, what balance do you personally see between systematic change and individual action, taking from the term you said, in India's sustainability journey?
I don't think it is a balance. I think it is complementary. Okay. One will complement other. The other will complement, it's vice versa. Okay. So the system and individual will have to complement each other. Okay. If that happens, in some area it is already happening. But in rest of the areas, we need to have system that supports individual action. For example, I am scared to bike in Noida. I live in Noida. I keep watching who's going to hit me from behind. Or to walk. Okay, how many cities in India have proper footpath? But if you want me to walk and I want to walk, I think every one of us want to walk.
The infrastructure.
We need to have that footpath. Otherwise, who wants to get hit from behind? Okay, so I think that complementarity is very important.
And what you rightly said, right? I mean, if people want to do something, they need to have the infrastructure for it. Yeah. So going back to the basics.
Yes.
Over to you, Mr. Shekhar.
I think very good points already made, but citizen centricity is central to transformation. If you are looking for incremental change, wait for systems to respond, wait for new policies to come. But if you want disruptive, transformative results, citizens have to lead that process. There is irrefutable evidence around that. Wherever transformation has happened, it is always citizen-led. Second, India has demonstrated to the world template of good governance. How can you rapidly change behavior? How can you rapidly provide services to millions of people? And we need to stay the course. These templates of good governance needs to be strengthened. Citizens need to be brought in. Their participation need to be strengthened. And finally, it is everyone's responsibility to get a Viksit Bharat.
Yes.
It is not, our politicians or bureaucrats or judges or, CEOs or people who sit in boardrooms. If Viksit Bharat has to happen, the citizens who will live in 2047 are already born. All of us will have to act. And we'll have to act with a sense of urgency.
We all need to act, and we all need to act now. And like what you rightly said, if we really, each one of us, it's our country, it's our nation, if we truly want a Viksit Bharat, we all need to act, we need to take responsibility. That's why in the beginning I said it's not just about governments and corporations. The session is about what we must do. And thank you, each one of you, for sharing your journeys, for sharing your ideas, and take this opportunity to thank this panel here. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with each one of us on truly ensuring how we can really make India sustainable and what each one of us can do. Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel. Thank you, Chandra Bhushan, Ulka Kelkar, Anand Shekhar, Ajay Kamble, and of course, NDTV's very own Ambika Singh Kama. It was a wonderful discussion, but with due respect to the panelists, even more wonderful has been listening to all the young voices here and to see how many environmental clubs and botanists and people of interest are sort of represented here and the kind of things that are being done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting the Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi, to be joining us very soon. We believe he's on his way and will be with us in a short while. But we'd ask you for your patience in waiting for just a short while for him to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please take your seats. We believe the Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi, has arrived, or his arrival is imminent. So if I could request you all to please take your seats so that we can start as soon as he's here with us. While we're waiting, we hope that you told everyone at home that this India Sustainability Mission 2.0 is being live streamed on the NDTV 24/7 and NDTV Profit YouTube channels. And so for those of you who spoke and those of you who took photographs and those of you who asked questions, your families can go watch you on YouTube. Members of your environment club can go watch you on YouTube. And also on ndtv.com/India Sustainability Mission. That is the website for our campaign. And we would encourage you to go see what we have there by way of videos, articles, and of course, all the conversations that we've had today. The speed with which a minister arrives is in direct proportion to the number of times the door at the back opens. The good news is that the number of times the doors open has gone up, which means that he must be here, coming quite soon. So that was a joke. I felt standing here, I had to say something, and so that's what I said. Do we know how far? We believe the Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi, has indeed arrived at the hotel, and he is in the room right next to the hall, and he will be entering very, very soon. So could I request you all to please take your seats, and we will await his arrival. Like I said, the number of times the door is opening has gone up, so I think that's indication that he's about to come in. Oh, see, this was the problem. I was looking at the wrong door. Never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. And please put your hands together to welcome to the India Sustainability Mission 2.0 Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi. Another round of applause as the Minister makes his way to the front. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Minister, Shri Joshi. We have spent this evening in conversation about energy, about infrastructure, about finance, about the choices that each of us makes every single day. We've heard some great voices of the young people of India. And now we come to the person who, more than almost anyone else in India, holds the levers. India's energy future is to a remarkable degree shaped by the decisions of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the 500 gigawatt target, the green hydrogen mission, the PM Surya Ghar program, the battery storage push. So our final guest tonight is playing a crucial role in shaping India's policy landscape. He is the Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi. Please welcome Shri Joshi to the stage. He will be in conversation with NDTV's Akhilesh Sharma.
बहुत बहुत स्वागत है प्रहलाद जोशी जी आपका इस महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव में हमारी जो कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर है और जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि द की वर्ड राइट नाउ इज़ द रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी द काइंड ऑफ क्राइसिस नॉट ओनली इंडिया बट द इंटायर वर्ल्ड इज फेसिंग ड्यू टू द वेस्ट एशिया वॉर हाउ डू यू थिंक दैट इंडिया इज विच हैज़ गॉट लॉट ऑफ सक्सेस इन द एरिया ऑफ रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी कैन एक्चुअली गाइड द इंटायर वर्ल्ड इन दिस मैटर?
थैंक यू अखिलेश। पार्लियामेंट के आज के लोकसभा एडजर्न होने के बाद मैं इधर आ रहा हूं, आप भी उधर ही थे जी। आज मैं ये कह सकता हूं जो हमारा एनर्जी मिक्स में इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी में हमारा जो 50% हुआ है और उसके साथ ही साथ हमारा पीएम सूर्यघर में जो हुआ है का नंबर वगैरह थोड़ा कुछ जो मेरे अभी मेरा मेमोरी में है, मैं बाद में बताता हूं। इसके कारण ओवरऑल से 240 या 250 गीगावाट नियरली अबाउट, आई एम पिकिंग अप्रॉक्सीमेट फिगर बिकॉज आई डोंट वांट टू सी दी फिगर बाय मीन ऐसे पेपर देख के मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, इसलिए आई वुड हैव टोल्ड यू एग्जैक्ट फिगर, बट रफली इट इज़ 244 to 250 gigawatt था when Prime Minister Shri Modi took over. Today it is more than 507 gigawatt in last 10 years, 11 years we have added to the energy sector.
So it's almost
years.
doubled. Almost double.
More than double.
More than double.
More than double. So in that, renewable energy is playing a very, very important role. Because of that, you imagine, now people are using EV cars, so EV vehicles. EV vehicle आप थर्मल पावर से जो पावर जनरेट होता है उससे चार्ज करते हैं, तो ठीक है, थोड़ा कुछ उससे भी EV कार से थोड़ा एमिशन कम होता है, लेकिन इफ़ इट इज़ चार्ज थ्रू सोलर पावर, थ्रू विंड पावर, पूरा आपका एमिशन के बारे में जो हम बात करते हैं दुनिया में, वो तो पूरा सेविंग्स होगा। दैट इज़ नंबर वन। नंबर टू, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से देश को क्या लाभ हुआ है? तो एक तो एमिशन वगैरह ठीक है, दैट इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग एंड इंडिया हैज़ डन एक्सट्रीमली वेल अंडर मोदीज regime. But apart from that, what was the total electrification of the rail? It was some 22,000 kilometers. Now it is, I think, more than 50,000 kilometers in last 12 years. तो ये सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का विषय नहीं है जी, जितना डीजल कंजम्पशन होता था, that nearly about 4 lakh crores diesel was used for the railway transportation. So now when it is converted into the electric, total almost 100% electric, now it is 99.5% electrification is done, and India is the second largest country with electrification network in the railway, second largest country. This is the achievement in last 11 years. Because of that, so much savings is happening. And whatever you charge EV vehicle, that is happening through, because PM Suryaghar Muft Bijli Yojana, that is rooftop solar, all put together, rooftop, it is total 40 lakh households now are having rooftop solar. So with rooftop solar and PM Kusum, that generation itself is 35 gigawatt. Because of that, overall savings, the import of the crude oil, it has reduced to a larger extent. And because of that, one is now the crisis, okay, this crisis after a few days or few months, it may get over. But permanently, हमको जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सोचा था, तो वो कार्यगत होने के कारण आज भारत सेविंग्स भी कर रहा है और हमारा जो कमिटमेंट है as far as emission is concerned, that also we are fulfilling.
तो आपने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात कही कि भारत किस तरह से आत्मनिर्भर बनने की दिशा में कदम आगे बढ़ा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का भी इसी बात पर फोकस रहा है पिछले 11 वर्षों में कि आत्मनिर्भरता होनी चाहिए, हर क्षेत्र में होनी चाहिए। ऊर्जा को लेकर खास तौर से, चूँकि ये चिंता सबके मन में रहती है कि ऊर्जा की जो आपूर्ति है वो सुनिश्चित होनी चाहिए। तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैसे बन रहा है, उसके लिए आप क्या कदम उठा रहे हैं? आपने एक पीएम सोलर ऊर्जा वाली बात की, योजना कुसुम की बात की है। इसके अलावा ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ है, विंड पावर है, सोलर पावर है, इसके लिए हम इसको कैसे हम हार्नेस करें ताकि हम लोगों को आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर बढ़ने में, कदम बढ़ाने में मदद मिल सके?
एक तो आत्मनिर्भरता इसलिए होता है, नंबर 1 जो है आत्मनिर्भरता का कारण जो है, ये तो सूर्य का इधर ही है। सूर्य का जो किरण है वो इंपोर्ट करना नहीं पड़ता है। सूर्य तो भारत में 300 दिन रहता है। सो इसीलिए इधर जो उत्पादन होता है बिजली, सूर्य के कारण, सूर्य के किरण के कारण जो उत्पादन होता है वो तो पहले आत्मनिर्भर है। जो विंड, व्हेन विंड ब्लोज, दैट ऑल्सो इधर से होता है। इधर तो हम तो इंपोर्ट नहीं करते, उधर उससे जो हम बिजली बनाते हैं वो भी आत्मनिर्भर है। तो इसमें ऑल टुगेदर अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, हमारा जो मॉड्यूल्स है, मॉड्यूल्स का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कितना था? मोदी जी आने से पहले 2.4 गीगावाट कैपेसिटी था। आज कितना है? 172 गीगावाट। एंड व्हाट वाज द सेल व्हिच इज नीडेड फॉर द अगेन फॉर द मॉड्यूल्स एंड ओवरऑल हमारा सोलर एनर्जी के लिए, दैट सेल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाज 0। टुडे इट इज 27 gigawatt. And ingot and wafer trajectory we have also already announced by 2028. Already manufacturing has started, but we have given up to 2028 because ingot and wafer, without proper preparation, if you do it, then cost of the electricity may go up. That's why that's also manufacturing has started here. And polysilicon also we are planning it. So all put together, if you see, and as far as the wind turbine is also concerned, majority of the parts, it is manufactured in India, and turbine is, some of the things we are yet importing, but at least this much is import reduced. I mean, there is a dependence on import is reduced. And apart from that, today we are generating the electricity from natural resources, and India has 300 days of sunny days. एंड मैं ये भी कहने में मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है, 2014 से पहले भी सूर्य इस देश में 300 दिन ही रहता था, लेकिन सन, मैं तो बहुत बार ये कह चुका हूँ, कुछ लोगों को रिपीट लगता है, SUN पहले भी रहा, लेकिन SUN का सन का जो एनर्जी हार्नेस करने का एक कोशिश होना था, वो कोशिश मोदी जी के कालखंड में हुआ, लेकिन बाकी लोग SON सन का उनका एनर्जी बढ़ाने का कोशिश करके फेल हो गया है।
SUN और SON आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही है, इस पर मैं आगे आऊँगा क्योंकि इसमें पॉलिटिक्स भी मुझे दिखाई दे रही है। लेकिन अभी अगर हम बात करें जोशी जी की जो कीमत है, लागत है सोलर पावर की, ऐसा लगता है कि शुरू में तो बहुत ज़्यादा लागत थी, क्या आपको लगता है कि अब जब हमने अपनी कैपेसिटी बढ़ाई है, कोई डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी बढ़ाई है, उसके बाद जो लागत है वो थोड़ी थोड़ी कम आने लगी है और उससे हमको इसको यूज़ करने में ज़्यादा मदद मिलेगी?
ना, as it is solar का, if you just recollect your memories, when Prime Minister Modi was Chief Minister of Gujarat, he started this project and approach. This approach was first in Gujarat he started. At that time he was buying for the, of course through DISCOM, which are run by the government, he was purchasing the electricity at the rate of 18 rupees, 17 rupees, and people were making lot of fun of it. Some people were criticizing him too much, but he said this is the future. But some people who were in central government at that time also, and some of other government also, they did not understand. But today, and another point is, when Modi took over in 2014, what was the cost? It was nearly about 11 rupees per unit. At that time, when Modi took as the chief minister in 2000 or so, he started, it was 18 rupees, 90 rupees. What is the cost today? 2 rupees 20 paisa, so 2 rupees 40 paisa solar energy per unit cost, electricity per unit cost is 2 rupees 20 paisa to 2 rupees 40 paisa. Why? Because scale के साथ speed के साथ इसके लिए it is a energy, democratized energy, decentralized energy. When decentralized energy, अभी तो आप थर्मल के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो थर्मल एक आध जगह, 10 जगह, 15 जगह होता है, लेकिन ये तो 40 लाख हाउस होल्ड पर आप समझ लो, 40 लाख जगह तो बिजली उत्पादन होता है। जब ये 40 लाख घरों के ऊपर बिजली उत्पादन होता है, नेचुरली इसका जो स्केल है वो स्केल भी बढ़ गया है, और स्केल के साथ इसके लिए, इसका रिपेयर करने के लिए, इसका इंस्टॉल करने के लिए वी नीड स्किल्ड पीपल। सो स्किल ये तो बढ़ा दिया है और स्पीड भी बढ़ा दिया है। 10 बरस में हमने ऑलरेडी वी हैव रीच्ड मोर देन 262 gigawatt of the renewable energy, means through non-fossil sources we are now generating the energy. By that we have fulfilled our commitment of 50% energy through non-fossil sources 5 years ahead of the time. That is why India is being recognized as the hub of the renewable energy, because 50% we have already crossed.
एक और जो चीज़ है वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। इसको आप अपने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सेक्टर में कैसे यूज़ कर रहे हैं ताकि इसका मैक्सिमम जो पोटेंशियल है उसको हम लोग यूज़ कर सके अपने बेटरमेंट के लिए?
नहीं, इसमें एआई तो हम यूज़ करना ही पड़ेगा, और रिसेंटली जो एआई समिट हुआ, एआई समिट में भी हमारा इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस के द्वारा एक प्रेजेंटेशन भी, एक मॉडल भी रखा था कि हाउ वी कैन यूज़ AI for the energy. So AI for energy, इसमें तो AI, what is the first need? We should digitize. That under the Prime Minister's leadership we are digitizing. And apart from that, see what happens, even people question me, what about the curtailment and other things? Why these questions are coming? Because we are generating. पहले तो जनरेट ही नहीं होता, सोलार से और हवा से बिजली जनरेट ही नहीं होता था, इसलिए इसका क्वेश्चन नहीं आता था। आज तो जनरेट हो रहा है, इसलिए क्वेश्चन आ रहा है। इसके लिए व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, यूजिंग द एआई, वी वांट टू डिमांड क्या है, कहाँ से डिमांड है, कहाँ से जनरेट हो रहा है, उसको कैसे, क्योंकि एक ग्रिड से ज़्यादा आता है तो वो भी सस्टेन नहीं होगा, इसके कारण दूसरे ग्रिड को उसको कैसे ट्रांसफ़र कर सकते हैं, कहाँ से कितना जनरेट हो रहा है, ये सब एआई जो डिजिटल ट्विन है, ये डिजिटल ट्विन से अगर हम मैनेज करते हैं तो देन दैट विल गिव मोर एफिशिएंसी एंड द स्टेबिलिटी फॉर द ग्रिड। व्हेन ग्रिड स्टेबलाइजेशन का एक समस्या, अगर अभी इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी तो बहुत आ गया है, टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा धीरे धीरे ठीक हो जाएगा। एक बार ये समस्या ठीक होता है तो हमारा एनर्जी का कॉस्ट के बारे में भी आप देख लीजिए। सी टुडे विथ द फॉसिल फ्यूल, व्हाट इज द कॉस्ट? it is between 7 rupees to 8 rupees, at least 6 rupees 90 paisa to 7 rupees 50 paisa per unit. With the battery storage, with solar, battery storage, wind, and FDRE, firm and dispatchable renewable energy. With that, today it is 4 rupees 50 paisa, 4 rupees 60 paisa. When you go to the regulator, what you ask? आप 5 पैसा बढ़ा दो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जो डिस्कॉम्स है उनका रिक्वेस्ट रहता है 5 पैसा बढ़ा दो 6 पैसा बढ़ा दो 10 पैसा बढ़ा दो तब वो रेगुलेटर इधर उधर करके वो बीच के रास्ता निकाल के वो 10 पैसा पूछाए तो 4 पैसा 5 पैसा 6 पैसा देके बट नाउ देयर इज अ डिफरेंस ऑफ 1.5 रुपी ऑलमोस्ट 2 रुपीज तक डिफरेंस हो रहा है सो व्हाट विल बी आवर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भारत मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनना चाहता है बिकॉज इंडिया हैज गॉट अ very best human resource. Other than India in the world, itna best human resource is. India is the most youngest country of the world today. Our young population is more than 65%. So इसका उपयोग करते हुए अगर हम एनर्जी और एनर्जी के साथ स्किल्ड लोगों को हम डेवलप करते हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ देश मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब ऑलरेडी उसके इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इंडिया इज गोइंग टू बी बिकम ऑलरेडी इंडिया हैज बिकम द 4th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी एंड वेरी शॉर्टली विल बी द 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी एंड इंडिया विल बी दी आई एम टेलिंग यू इंडिया विल बी दी विकसित भारत डेवलप्ड कंट्री बाय 2047 with this approach we are working under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi.
Another question is about the hydro potential of India. How we are exploring the hydro potential of the states? कोई छोटे हाइड्रो पावर प्लांट के लगाने की बात, उनको एनकरेज करने के लिए उनको क्या इंसेंटिवाइज किया जा रहा है?
एज इट इज पहले से हमारा हाइड्रो कैपेसिटी है लेकिन उसको भी ओवरऑल बड़ा हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट जो है मेजर हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट जो है उसको तो करना है उसके साथ ही साथ जो टोटल एज ऑन डे वट एवर दी आइडेंटिफाइड अकॉर्डिंग टू द आइडेंटिफाइड सोर्स जो हमारे पास है पोटेंशियल जो है दैट इज़ 21 गीगावाट हमारा स्मॉल हाइड्रो का है तो स्मॉल हाइड्रो का कहाँ रहता है हिमालयन एरिया में रहता है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में रहता है बाकी जगह भी हो रहता है उड़ीसा वगैरह बाकी जगह में छोटा छोटा 500 मेगावाट और उस 500 नहीं 25 मेगावाट तक रहता है उसको हम स्मॉल हाइड्रो बोलते हैं 1 to 25 तो इसका ऑलमोस्ट बिकॉज दूर दराज के एरिया में रहता है हिली एरिया में रहता है उसके कारण हमने इसको वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग भी दे रहा है 2584 crores we are giving viability gap funding so that the generation cost will be there also it will not be more than 4 rupees or 4 rupees 50 paisa or maximum 5 rupees. By that, where in Himalayan areas, in some of the areas where there are lesser sunny days, this will add to the capacity. So this is the advantage and we have already reached 5.17 gigawatt and by this 2,584 crores, whatever now viability gap fund we are supporting for the small hydro. With this small hydro, 1,50,000 crore investment is expected to come. और उसके साथ ही साथ 1.5 gigawatt of additional added हम through non-fossil sources हम energy का ये एक नया source है. If at all the 21 if it is done, whatever ये जो हम बात करते हैं ना ये स्टेबिलिटी वगैरह ये भी समस्या बहुत एक लेवल पर इसका भी समस्या का सॉल्व हो जाएगा.
जी एक और सवाल ये आता है प्रहलाद जी वो है कि आपकी जो मिनिस्ट्री काम कर रही है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के लिए इससे आम आदमी उसके जीवन पर क्या असर पड़ रहा है उसके जीवन में क्या सकारात्मक परिवर्तन आ रहा है आपने ऐसे कौन से काम किए हैं पिछले 10 वर्षों में अगर हम बात करें तो?
नहीं आम आदमी का तो एक तो पहले तो ओवरऑल जो होता है वो तो कॉस्ट ऑफ द एनर्जी कम्स डाउन. सेकंड पॉइंट पीएम सूर्यघर में जो हम अभी कर रहे हैं और पीएम कुसुम में फॉर द इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट व्हाट वी आर डूइंग तो पीएम सूर्यघर में आउट ऑफ द 40 लाख रूफटॉप इंस्टॉलेशन टोटल नियरली अबाउट नाउ I can say 48% of the household they are getting zero bill. And some of that, apart from that zero, they are earning because when it is 3 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt से excess जो generate होता है, we have allowed them to sell it to the DISCOM, and DISCOM will pay them back. So it is why we are calling PM Mufta, Pradhan Mantri Mufta, PM Suryaghar Mufta Bijli Yojana, because after receiving zero bill, some of them, they are selling it to the DISCOM. They are earning it also. And as far PM Kusum is concerned, see, you imagine so many farmers in India who are not using this PM Kusum, that is for the particularly irrigation, converting the irrigation diesel or any other pumps into the solar pumps. They all get power during the night time. रात में 12 बजे, 1 बजे, 3 बजे, 4 बजे, जब चाहते हैं तो 1 घंटा, 1.5 घंटा देते हैं. बिजली जाने का तो पक्का है, आने का तो कभी भी पक्का नहीं है. ऐसे स्थिति देश में था. आज क्या किया हमने पीएम कुसुम के द्वारा लाखों लाख, more than 22 lakh, nearly about 22 lakh, more than 21 lakh. These irrigation pumps have been converted into the solar pumps, diesel pumps and other pumps, they are converted. And daytime, they are irrigating and raat mein jaake aaram se so rahe hai. So they are also happy, and for that, Modi government is supporting with the financial support, central financial assistance we are giving, and some of the state governments, they are also additional support they are giving. So by that, farmers are happy. People, common man is happy, and overall emission के लिए overall हमारा मैं क्या फायदा हुआ है, मैं महाराष्ट्र के उदाहरण लेके मैं बताता हूँ. प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जो फार्मर्स को 1 रुपए में पर यूनिट वो पावर वाज प्रोवाइडेड, बट जनरेशन कॉस्ट वाज 8 rupees. So what Devendra Fadnavis did, he converted all them into the PM Kusum with some, along with the central support, he gave it to the, he also gave some financial support. So many people, they came on this PM Kusum, and because of that, the generation cost of the electricity to the farmer, it became 3 rupees. And that 8 rupees to 3 rupees, 5 rupees subsidy, he has saved it. Now what he has done, he has gone before the regulator and he has asked to reduce the price for the common customer of the Maharashtra, because whatever the energy which was supplied to the farmers which was generated at the 8 rupees and supplied just in 1 rupee, because of that savings, now they are reducing the overall tariff for the industry, for the common people. This is the change. This is the change what has been brought in 10 years, 11 years in the energy sector.
अब बात करते हैं आज जो ताज़ा स्थिति बनी हुई है एलपीजी को लेकर के. देश में कई जगह पर कुछ नियम में बदलाव भी किए गए हैं. कुछ जगह पर ये भी बातें आई हैं कि शॉर्टेज है, इस तरह की खबरें भी यहाँ से आ रही हैं. क्या उपाय किए जा रहे हैं सरकार की ओर से और क्या मैसेज रहेगा जनता के लिए, क्या तैयारियाँ आपकी हैं?
नहीं, मैं ज़्यादा कुछ इसमें लंबा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. मैं तो शुरुआत में एक तो मैं बोलता हूँ, देश में एलपीजी से ज़्यादा एलओपी एक समस्या है. एलओपी, आई थिंक यू ऑल अंडरस्टैंड, एलओपी इज लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन. हाँ, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन ही समस्या है. क्योंकि देश में मुझे आप कहिए द वेरी फर्स्ट और सेकेंड डे ऑफ द जो युद्ध शुरू हुआ, उससे सेकेंड और थर्ड डे और फर्स्ट और सेकेंड डे, व्हाट दिस एलओपी इज टेलिंग, पेट्रोल डीजल खत्म हो जाएगा. तो ये क्या रूमर स्प्रेड कर रहे हैं. और एलपीजी नहीं है तो ठीक है, हमारे पास आज के दिन कहीं भी पेट्रोल डीजल का तो समस्या ही नहीं है. देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली नो प्रॉब्लम. हमारा जो पड़ोसी देश है सभी जगह, और इवन other countries, not only, I am not only comparing it to the Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, many other countries, there is a problem. But whereas India today, हमारा जो source था, nearly about 27 source था for the crude oil. Now it has gone up to 40. But LPG sources are less, but still भारत को जहाँ से भी अवेलेबल है हमने लाके सप्लाई चेन परफेक्ट रखा है. हमारा पाइप्ड नेचुरल गैस तो पीएनजी में प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है. तो ये सब रहते हुए लोगों को डराना, फियर साइकोसिस क्रिएट करना, ये देश के लिए अच्छा है क्या? तो इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ, तो दे ट्राई इन ए वे बाय अपोजिंग मोदी एंड हिज गवर्नमेंट. मोदी गवर्नमेंट अपोज करते करते वो भारत को ही अपोज कर रहे हैं. टुडे व्हाट ही हैज सेड, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी, व्हाट ही इज टेलिंग, ही इज टॉकिंग पाकिस्तान का जो क्लेम है वो सपोर्ट. पाकिस्तान देखो कैसे काम कर रहे हैं. अरे पाकिस्तान में पूरा व्यवस्था ठप हो गया है, ये पाकिस्तान का सपोर्ट करते हैं. जब मैं पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स मंत्री था जी, हमने आर्टिकल 370 जब एब्रोगेशन करने का निर्णय हुआ, आई वाज हैंडलिंग द फ्लोर कोऑर्डिनेशन. एक तो जो स्टेटमेंट पाकिस्तान से हुआ है वही भाषा का स्टेटमेंट कांग्रेस पार्टी का था. सो देयर अप्रोच इज, तो व्हाट एट एनी कॉस्ट हम मोदी को अपोज करना है, और मोदी जी को अपोज करते करते देश को डिस्टेबलाइज होता है तो होने दो. ये स्थिति में जब एक एलओपी है, व्हाट कैन यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम हिम?
उन्होंने सवाल ये उठाया कि जो पीएम मोदी का बयान आया लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में, वो एक्चुअली बताता है कि विदेश नीति को लेकर कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं है सरकार की.
क्या विदेश नीति का क्लैरिटी राहुल गांधी से हमको? राहुल गांधी, आई वांट टू टेल हिम, बहुत दौर्भाग्य है जी. राहुल गांधी के ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर, इन्होंने हमारे जो यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल का परमानेंट मेंबरशिप भारत को मिलना था, वो और किसी देश को कौन इसको डोनेशन में दिया? मिस्टर पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू. और अक्साई चीन कौन छोड़ा जी? यही कांग्रेस पार्टी और इनके फादर, ग्रैंडफादर यही किया है ना, ग्रैंड मदर, ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर यही किया है ना. और when 26/11 happened, what Mr. Chidambaram, you don't believe my statement, I am telling all the people who are sitting, majority of them are young. You scroll your mobile just now, what Mr. Chidambaram has said? After 26/11, armed forces were ready to hit back to Pakistan because Condoleezza Rice came, the secretary of the US, and she said, we should not attack, India should not attack, India should not go offensive. We stopped. Is it my statement or Chidambaram's statement? If Chidambaram has lied, why have you not expelled him? कौन सा फॉरेन की बात कर रहे हैं जी? आप तो डर मर के गिड़गिड़ाते हुए जो पाकिस्तान के साथ व्यवहार किया है, आपने जब एक फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी आके आपको बताते हैं आप अटैक मत करो, आप गिड़गिड़ाते होते, नमस्कार करके वापस आता है. आज के दिन भारत ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भी करता है, उसी के साथ हम दुनिया के बोलने के लिए, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया के लिए शांति के जो रास्ता है वो अपनाने के लिए भी कहते हैं. और वही हार्मोज से हमारा शिपमेंट भी आता है और दुनिया से भी आता है. भारत में एक पेट्रोल बंक में भी, एक पेट्रोल रिटेल आउटलेट में भी आज के दिन कोई भी ड्राई नहीं हुआ है. ये क्या मोदी जी का फॉरेन नीति का ये क्या बात करते हैं जी? मोस्ट इररिस्पॉन्सिबल पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन, आज इररिस्पॉन्सिबल पार्ट टाइम इमेच्योर पॉलिटिशियन है. टुडे व्हेन द एंटायर वर्ल्ड इज फेसिंग द क्राइसिस, एक्सेप्ट एलपीजी, इंडिया इज मैनेजिंग इट वेल. Is it not his duty to attend the all-party meeting where so many senior leaders like Home Minister and Jaishankar ji, many other ministers, Home Minister Jaishankar ji, Parliamentary Affairs Ministers, many people are sitting there.
Raksha Mantri ji was also there.
Raksha Mantri, when they are all there. तो पहले क्या बोला? all-party meeting बोला, all-party meeting बोला. ये क्या हो गया है? पहले बोलते हैं, बाद में जब बुलाते हैं, अरे बुला लिया, क्या करना, जाना है नहीं जाना है. ये तो क्या है जी? देखो जी, मैं बहुत बार देखा हूँ, जब देश को जब भी क्राइसिस आता है, जब 26/11 हुआ, मैं सुषमा जी वॉज द लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन, अडवाणी जी वॉज देयर, हाउ वी बिहेव्ड, दैट्स अभी भी आप लोकसभा के रिकॉर्ड देखते हैं तो आपको मिलेगा। लेकिन ये क्या है जी, दुनिया, हमारे कोई गलती नहीं है, दुनिया में क्राइसिस चल रहा है, उससे थोड़ा इफेक्ट बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, ये तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी भी नहीं कहा है और मैं भी नहीं कहा हूँ और एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री भी नहीं कहा है। लेकिन इतने अच्छे मैनेज कर रहे हैं, उनका कुछ सुझाव है तो बताना है। अभी इलेक्शन 3 बरस है राहुल बाबा, आपको बाद में भी जो जनता कहाँ रखेंगे वहाँ रखेंगे, एंड यू कैनॉट एक्सपेक्ट, आई एम गोइंग टू मेक ए अनदर स्टेटमेंट, जो फेल्ड लीडर है जी, पूरा पार्टी ने पूरा उन्होंने डुबा दिया है। ए फेल्ड लीडर, ही इज टेलिंग दैट इंडियन फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज फेल्ड, क्या बात है जी। अभी तक आई थिंक 96 इलेक्शंस he has lost under his leadership, and still he himself claims that he is a big leader and talks all such type of nonsense things. What, ये ऐसे immature लोगों के बारे में हमको क्या कहना है जी? That's why I said immature, part-time, irresponsible leader.
एक आखिरी सवाल, जो बातें कही जा रही हैं कि कई अपोजिशन रूल स्टेट से ये शिकायत आ रही है कि वहाँ पर एलपीजी का शॉर्टेज है, तो इसके लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? वो राज्य जिम्मेदार है या केंद्र सरकार जिम्मेदार?
देखो जी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं तो हमारे पास एज इट इज आई एम टेलिंग देयर इज नो शॉर्टेज ऑफ डीजल, पेट्रोल, एनीथिंग। वी हैव इंक्रीज्ड आवर डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन, सो डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन ऑफ एलपीजी, एंड जहाँ भी नेचुरल गैस है, मीन्स पाइप्ड नेचुरल गैस से कनेक्शन है, 25,000 किलोमीटर का पाइपलाइन बिछाया गया है, उसमें गैस है। तो इसके कारण बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में अभी थ्रू पाइप्ड गैस लाइन सप्लाई हो रहा है। सो एलपीजी दुनिया में ही सोर्स कम है जी, तो इसके कारण थोड़ा कुछ डिफ़िकल्टी तो है। लेकिन आज के दिन में कई भी, जो भी हमने पहले भी बोला था, आपको होम का डिलीवरी होगा, होम डिलीवरी हो रहा है, 2-3-4 दिन में डिलीवरी होगा, मैक्सिमम 2.5 डेज बोला है, इधर उधर एक आध दिन हुआ होगा। लेकिन ब्लैक मार्केटिंग, ये रूमर्स फैलाना, क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में, अफवाह फैलाना, एक जिम्मेदार पार्टी का, एक जिम्मेदार अपोजिशन का ये तरीका है क्या? व्हाट इज दिस हैपनिंग इज डेली? व्हाट वाज द टोटल बुकिंग बिफोर वॉर कुड स्टार्ट? It was 55 lakh. What was when war started? Because these people all spread the rumors, it was 89 lakh. Panic booking कराने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और ऐसे बोलते बोलते मोदी जी फेल हो गया है ये दिखाने के लिए एक क्राइसिस का उपयोग करते हैं आप। लेकिन फिर भी मैं बता रहा हूँ, मैं आपको भी बता रहा हूँ, इधर दर्शक को भी बता रहा हूँ, और मोदी जी के कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर के द्वारा मैं बताता हूँ, इंडिया में नेचुरल गैस का जो है उसका कोई कम नहीं है, पेट्रोल डीजल का भी कमी नहीं है, एलपीजी का हम मैनेज अच्छे तरह से कर रहे हैं, डोमेस्टिक को कोई प्रॉब्लम है, और कमर्शियल का भी हमने परसेंटेज इंक्रीज किया है। मैं कहता हूँ ओवरऑल एज ऑन डे इंक्लूडिंग एलपीजी देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम, बट वी शुड बी मोर कॉशियस। दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव पुट ओनली फॉर एलपीजी वी हैव पुट सम कंडीशंस because before 25 पैनिक बुकिंग ना हो जाए, इसीलिए 25 डेज का अगर पीएनजी मिनिस्टर की मिनिस्ट्री द्वारा जारी किया है। इसके अलावा क्या हुआ है जी? अभी भी आप गैस बुकिंग करते हैं तो गैस 2 दिन में मिलेगा, ओनली थिंग इज 25 डेज का गैप रखना, इतना ही बोला है। तो इर्रिस्पॉन्सिबल लोगों के साथ व्यवहार करना बहुत मुश्किल है, और वो मैंने पहले भी बोला ना, ये तो लॉन्च करने का कोशिश कर करके फेल हुआ है, और फेल होके 50 से ज़्यादा बार लॉन्च करने का कोशिश किया है, और कोई लॉन्च होने के बाद मार्केट नहीं है। इसीलिए जब फेल होके, फ्रस्ट्रेट होके, जब इतना बड़ा दुनिया का क्राइसिस में इतना बड़ा सिली पॉलिटिकल लाभ लेने के लिए जो प्रयत्न करते, देश कभी भी उनको माफ़ नहीं करेगा।
तो आपको कौन सी एनर्जी पसंद है, SUN सन एनर्जी या SON सन एनर्जी?
हम तो प्रधानमंत्री जी जो SUN सन का एनर्जी का हार्नेस किया है, इसीलिए देश में बदलाव हुआ है। वो SON का सन का पार्टी बहुत है, और उनका पार्टी का स्थिति भी क्या है आप जानते हैं, और लॉन्च हो के जो फेल हुआ है वो भी SON सन का है। और बार बार प्रयास करते हैं, लेकिन ये प्रयास करना ही रहना चाहिए, करते ही रह दो, क्योंकि कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। तो एसयूएनसन का बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है और आगे भी अच्छा चलेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जोशी जी आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
Round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Union Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi for joining us, for speaking to us at the India Sustainability Mission 2.0. It was a real privilege and honor. He was in conversation with NDTV's Akhilesh Sharma. And as the Honorable Minister makes his way out of the room, he's posing with the young students who had spoken with us earlier in the day during one of our earlier sessions. And it has really been a privilege to hear him talk at the India Sustainability Mission today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this edition of the India Sustainability Mission to a close, we have seen that the path to a greener India is paved with both ambition as well as action. While our formal sessions conclude here, the real work begins as we step out of this room and carry these commitments back to our industries, our communities, as well as our homes. A big thank you to our incredible speakers, our partners, and most importantly to all of you for being the catalyst of this change. India Sustainability Mission 2.0 is powered by Lloyds Metals, Energy Transition Partner Borosil Renewables, Associate Partner Charge Zone and Mother Sugar, and we would now like to invite you all to join us for dinner. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.